Dime qué tú quieres, papi. ¿Quieres que lo mueva para ti? Mueve, mueve. ¿Te gusta cuando me muevo así? Así. Mueve, muevo, mueve.
Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hop, hop, jump, skip up on the floor. If they didn't know, then we gon' let them know. Drop low, giving them a show. We gon' give them something that they never seen before. Hop, got 784, bouncing on the beat while keeping the flow. Stop, watch, freeze and go. Cock-a-doodle-doo is what you eating off the floor. Pop, lock, do it by yourself. You know you the best, you don't need nobody else. Rock, hip, toast to success. You was born a winner, so you never nothing less. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, 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 wiggle. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Quieres
wiggle,
que lo
wiggle.
mueva para ti?
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Te
wiggle.
gusta cuando me muevo así? Así.
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle. When we come through, make you move just a little. Clap, snap, do it from the hip. You can do this whether you stand or sit. Pump, fist, do it with your wrist. Pump it back and forth like you're trying to catch a fish. Hip, twist, do a finger kiss. Rocking back and forth as you make your body shift. Top, tick, do it like you sick. 2 + 4 is 6, and that's a ripper dick. Top, 6, we gon' let it rip. We got your attention and we not gon' let it slip. So hands up, move your head and know what's up. Now it's shoulders rolling while you showing them your stuff. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Hey, you, we up in the place. We up in the place. We up in the place. Hey, you, make your body shake. Make your body shake. Make your body shake. Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
Dime
wiggle.
qué tú quieres, papi.
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle,
¿Quieres
wiggle,
que
wiggle.
lo mueva para ti?
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle,
¿Te
wiggle,
gusta
wiggle.
cuando me muevo así? Así.
Bow, bow, rock, rock, shake, shake, wiggle, wiggle. When we come through, make you move just a little, 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 just a little.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? What's good with you? How you feel? Feel good? Remember, we want you to be an activist. I feel all right today. I feel pretty good. I think I feel all right. You know, it's Friday night. Have me a drink this time. I think that's going to be at least that's been the tradition. Friday and Saturday night, I have a drink before I do the show. Loosen me up a little bit. So, yeah, there's lots and lots and lots to talk about, right? There's always lots and lots to talk about, right? Babylon, right? Misery. We might break down some, what we talked about in the other video about like Masons being evil, or somehow people got this idea that Masonic symbols are evil and people that are Masons are evil and they run the world and all this stuff. So, kind of like in the same bottle with the Illuminati. So I think I want to talk about that a bit, and like I say, Babylon's misery, I want to talk about that. Oh yeah, if you guys haven't, if you guys, I try to bring everybody to YouTube. That's where I send everybody to. But if you guys, are hardcore fans of me and you're not following me on Twitch, please do that because they've been blocking my videos. Like the video we did yesterday is blocked on YouTube. It can no longer be seen, but it's still available on Twitch and Facebook. So, and I've also been dabbling with the Rumble, but I can't figure that out yet or whatever. Like, it's like a whole thing. So I don't know what I'm doing with that. So I'm gonna keep playing with that until I can understand it a little bit better. But that's gonna be our backup for the YouTube because YouTube is censoring and everybody be screaming that shit and it just sounds like they're crying, but it's true. YouTube likes to block your stuff. Like they get to pick what stuff they don't like and they just block it for y'all to not even be able to see it. So, but I can download it and clip it and then upload it again. But then that's a lot of work, And I will be doing clips. I got some clips coming for y'all. I got some shit coming for y'all. But it's just midterms. I'm still working on that paper and I got a lot going on. So I don't really have time to be editing videos right now. So, but I do have something coming. I got like 3 videos that are coming soon to a theater near you. And they're going to be good because I'm going to do, anyways, y'all will see. Whenever I have time, I'm going to do that. Like I say, I've been busy and I don't have time for editing videos. And also they're censoring the shit out of me. So I want to make sure that my content is preserved somewhere. And also, I also want to make sure that it's somewhere where y'all can go see it, regardless of how YouTube feels about the content, because we're going to be on the edge of stuff. We're on the fringe. We're in the fringe, and we talk about the stuff that you're not supposed to talk about. So I almost thought about calling that the name of the show, talking about stuff you're not supposed to talk about. But there's so many words in that, so that's like, and I couldn't think of a way to make it smaller. So Chaka Nation Podcast, I think that's going to be the name of the show. But anyways, that's where we are right now. Who knows where we're going to go with that. But yeah, so that's a little bit of that. Let's, I want to read the description. I want to read the description of the show. So give me a second. Oh, wait, can I look at that? Oh, I don't think I can look at it now. No, I don't think I can look at it now. Anyways, before I get going, since there's nobody here, I'm going to give myself a breather. Hold on, let me see. Give myself a breather so I can have a chance to talk to y'all. My mouth is already dry. I need to drink some water. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna play this video just so I can get my shit together. And try to get some people in the chat.
Right now, as you're listening to this, you are being robbed. A chunk of everything your hard work creates is being stolen from you. And it's a system called capitalism that's robbing you. Every day when you check into work for your boss, you are being taken advantage of and stolen from. You are being deprived of the full value of what you contribute. Let me break it down. A capitalist isn't someone in a top hat burning library books to run a misery factory. Anyone who puts forward capital, money, to set workers in motion becomes thereby a capitalist. That is to say, they're acting as a capitalist. And what's their goal? People will tell you it's innovation or competition, but down the real world, it's pretty simple. Capitalists have one goal, and that goal is to turn a profit. Pursuing profits to accumulate money is just how capitalism works. That's the nature of the beast. It's the single impulse of capitalism. That doesn't make capitalists personally greedy, though some might be. We're not even talking about good or evil here. Capitalists need to maximize profit to the exclusion of all other considerations, or they'll get eaten up by capitalists who are smarter or more ruthless than them. That's the jungle law of the market. So capitalists need profit to survive. But where does this profit come from? And that's where you come in. Literally, profit comes from you. Here's a little thought experiment. Meet Harold. Harold has a chain of buildings full of kitchens, full of ingredients. But Harold doesn't know how to make a burger himself. How does Harold get someone to make enough burgers that he can sell them and turn up profit? It's not a trick question. He pays you because you know how to make really good burgers. The money he uses to pay you is what we call capital. That's money used to set production into motion. Let's say Harold spent $1,000 buying all the ingredients in the restaurant. And after you worked for a few weeks there, turning the ingredients into burgers, they brought in $3,000. Not bad. You added $2,000 worth of value to the ingredients. But wait, you don't get all the money because Harold now has $3,000 on his hands. $1,000 of that is just making up for the cost of the ingredients. And if you were paid for the full value of your labor, you'd be making $2,000. But then Harold would only be breaking even on the burgers, and he needs to make a profit in order to survive. So Harold does not pay you for the full value of your labor. Maybe he pays you just $1,000 of the value you produce. Maybe he pays you $1,500. No matter what, you've been stolen from. You spent more of your labor than you were compensated for. But here's the dirty truth. The story doesn't end with you and Harold. This process plays out across your city or town, your state, the country, the entire world. The rich get richer and the little guy barely gets by. We call the process, a boss is stealing from you, exploitation. We don't mean that in an emotional sense about how we feel about it, but something that's actually a documented economic phenomenon. The gap between how much the worker produces and how much they get paid. Exploitation is a universal feature of capitalist economies, and it never ends. The system requires more and more exploitation, paying workers less, making them work more, or making them more productive without increasing their wages. When you see in the newspaper that a corporation's recording record profits, that is what they are doing. Your hard work is producing more value, but you're not getting enough compensation in return. There are tens of thousands of Harolds out there, but billions of people just like you. You and Harold are two different types of people. You belong to two different classes. There's a capitalist who owns the means to produce goods and services, and there's the workers who only have their own labor to survive on. The capitalists appropriate the value that the workers' labor creates and keep it for themselves. And you are not immune from it. At any job you work at, the condition of your employment is that you produce more by your labor than you get paid. So in the capitalist system, no one is paid what they're worth. All profit is value extraction, and that means that all profit is theft from you. This is Richard Wolff, professor of economics at the New School University for the Gravel.
Hey, how you doing, man? How you feel?
Oh man, doing pretty good. How about yourself?
Can't complain.
Yeah, man.
I think it's my computer. Let me see something. Yeah, it's my computer. This is where I got the mic. Damn, I need to do something different. Yeah, man. Did you check any of that video I was just playing?
Yeah, I was listening to a bit of it. I had to cut it off because it was starting to chatter in the background.
I noticed that when I played the video back yesterday, and I was like, "Oh yeah, they blocked that video from yesterday too.
What?
They blocked it. It's not viewable on YouTube."
Really? Did they give a reason?
It's still available on my Twitch, and I think it's on Facebook too.
Okay. I
They
I never
blocked it.
I never downloaded Twitch.
Yeah, so that's what I was telling everybody at the beginning of the show is to go ahead and follow me on Twitch and Facebook. And I got Rumble coming. I already did the Rumble, but I don't think I have any content on there because I'm still trying to figure that one out. Because, I have a community strike on here right now. It's about to go out on the 20th, but YouTube could just one day, because they've been doing it to everybody, just pull my shit, So I want to be able to have somewhere where, oh man, your picture looks really good. What'd you do different?
Well, no, but I'm trying to fix the shadow.
It looks good. That's the light. Wherever you got the light, it is the angle of the light is what's making that shadow. It still looks really good. What's I gonna say? Damn, I saw your scream and throw me off. I forgot what I was saying. Yeah, I try to get my
I guess
shit
we just
right.
have to do it. At least you can see me. I know on some of the other ones.
Yeah, the screen looks really good. That's really good. So what, you got a light in there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks much better. And you're on the laptop too, huh?
Yep.
Yep. Got to upgrade, huh? I appreciate you, bro. The quality of the show matters, the sound. That's why I got the mic. Because even though the channel hasn't really blown up, but I expect it to, but I want to make sure that I'm giving people quality stuff. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Something that sounds good, something that looks good.
Yeah, if things keep getting good for me, shit, I might be at the house with my own little setup doing things, you know what I'm saying?
I've been inspiring a few people to do this. And part of the reason why I did it was because of Jay Lethal, Josh. He works with me at work. And yeah, so I was checking his channel out and I was like, man, I could do this. But it's way harder than it looks.
Well, you know what? I didn't know Lethal had his own channel. And you know what? I think we might have discussed that, but for whatever reason, I thought about Curtis. I went to Curtis's channel.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm gonna have to check out Lethal. That motherfucker there, crazy as hell.
Yeah, he crazy. And I don't completely agree with him. He's a little extreme. But what I want people to understand is that the Taliban, the reason why the United States don't like the Taliban is because they're not feeling the Western shit. Like, they don't want Western influence in any kind of way. They don't want to read the books. They don't want to watch the TV shows. They don't want y'all to come over here with y'all businesses. Like, y'all do y'all Western thing. That's cool. We just don't want to have nothing to do with it over here. So that's, United States ain't feeling that. Anybody in the whole world, we want to send our companies over there.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, they want to incorporate the entire world. Like they pretty much want McDonald's and all, you know what I'm saying, on every corner across the world.
Right. So, and another part of this though is how conservative the Taliban are. And I would think, and people don't even realize, I don't think, but a lot of the conservatives over here in the United States would agree with the Taliban on 8 out of 10 things.
Yeah, I mean, as long as there's no terrorism, you're not going, hurting other people. And I think for the most part, because I mean, for me, I'm like, hey, look, that's where you live. That's what you know what I'm saying. That's your place. You can't really tell anybody what to do with their land. And
but not only just that, but even their beliefs, because they're they're like extreme Muslim, but
No, no. But see, that's the thing. To me, I don't know if it's totally extreme. I think it's, I mean, based, because they're going based on the books.
That's my point. That's exactly my point. And over here in the States, a lot of Christians would agree with them Taliban. I'm telling you, eight on 8 out of 10 things. The like a conservative Christian over here, like a evangelical or something, they're gonna agree with the Taliban on almost everything. I'm telling you, because like abortion, them niggas don't, they not with that shit. You know what I'm saying? No abortions. Period.
Yeah.
No excuses. That's how they are. Like killing your ass about that shit.
I
And
ask,
go ahead.
I ask myself if that's something that I would be able to live under, and honestly, I probably could. You know what I'm saying? I'm
Cause they
of
not
course.
gonna fuck with you as long as you like, you conservative. They really super conservative. They like we following the book to the letter, and that means everybody following the book to the letter. And it also means that government, because in the Quran, it kind of has the setup for government or the way finance, all of that shit is in there. So they follow that shit. And they're like, long as you on this shit, we good. They're not really racist either. Like they don't give a damn. As long as you're not like on some stupid shit, like some extra shit, then what I'm saying? Because like they don't fuck with gay people. If you gay, they not feeling that.
Yeah.
Transgenders, they not feeling that. You know what I'm saying? Because they feel like that's against God.
Well,
So
that's kind of the same way it is with my government. Like that's not accepted in our government.
And I brought that up because I was talking about it with somebody at work, and I think people don't realize like the TV villainizes the Taliban and calls them terrorists. But I'm telling you, at the end of the day, you got high people in the government who would agree with the Taliban on a lot of stuff. And
I think most of them do. I think
yeah,
a lot of them do, and that's, I
and
mean,
they respect them
they
too.
have a lot of respect. That's my next point. They have a lot of respect for those people, but you know, I think to some extent when they went over, like let's just say Afghanistan, I don't know how it is in Iraq now, but Afghanistan, they took a certain idea there, and they pretty much, just like anywhere, they try to get to the women, because if they can control the women, they can control the kids, and then as the kids get older, then they have live with a certain idea, and that's how they end up being able to try to change the dynamics of what they've been used to for thousands of years. So it's it's that's just the way, that's the way that they've been working it for a long time, man. Like democracy, taking trying to take democracy to different lands that you know never had anything like that, especially Muslim countries. Shoot, they like I said, they go for the women, and they kind of do the same thing, like in even at different points of the of the I guess you could say of that fight, because like they're still doing using that same kind of tactic right now here in America. In order to get certain things done, they target women to try to get things changed.
And I don't completely agree with the Taliban, but I agree with them on a lot of shit. And just like a lot of conservatives, I agree with them on a lot of shit. It's just that I think that there should be more tolerance. I think everybody should have more tolerance, but that's just me speaking from my liberal side. But as far as your country, where you live, your shit, you should be able to run your shit how you want to run your shit. What's up, bruh?
What's up,
Hey,
man?
what's going on, man? Ain't nothing much.
You at work?
Yeah, man, I'm in here in the plant right now, loading my trailer right now.
Oh, you got time though.
Yeah,
What
yeah.
kind
I got a little bit for I get finished loading up and testing it and everything. I'm looking at the
Well,
computer now.
well, I was gonna ask certain questions, but I don't want to. I don't want to
Go
lead you
ahead.
into
Go.
any. No, it might get him in some trouble.
Oh, okay.
What's
You want to
that?
catch your money off work? Like
What?
Yeah,
you talking about work related questions?
yeah. Well, no, I was just gonna, like if he, what kind of chemicals he dealt with.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sure he could tell you
Oh,
that. Yeah.
I work for, this is what I work for.
I see it.
Yeah. We do atmospheric gas. Everything that we do is made pretty much from the atmosphere. Uh, Nitrogen, oxygen, argon. Right now I'm running atmospheric gas, but normally I pull liquid hydrogen.
Okay,
Yeah, normally I
cool
pull
deal.
So on that video
liquid
you
hydrogen.
showed me when it was like steam coming out the top, that was like water vapor, right? Out the truck when you was unloading it.
Yeah, no, I had finished loading, filling the tank, and that was my last delivery there. So what I was doing, that was blowing the tank pressure down, because you don't want the safeties to pop on the tank while you going down the highway. So after I finish unloading, I blow the tank pressure down to like 20 psi, and then I open what they call a road relief valve. And so like if pressure builds too high in the tank, it'll relieve the pressure.
Yeah, so but what is that coming out? That's just water vapor, right?
No, that's hydrogen gas, but it comes out like that because it's cold as fuck. Hydrogen is a negative 427 degrees or negative 426.
That's some
So
cold
it's cold
shit.
as fuck.
So but that
So when
don't
you
really
see
do nothing.
it doing that, it's basically trying to go from it's going because it doesn't like to be a liquid. It rather be a gas. So
Right.
it's going from the liquid state to a gas.
And so but it's just releasing water and stuff, right? Like so what is it releasing into the environment like as far as like us breathing that shit
Shit,
in?
man. Hey, hydrogen, there is no byproduct. The only byproduct of hydrogen is water. That's it.
That's what I
That's
thought.
why that's why they use it in forklifts and warehouses, because they fill the forklift battery cells up, a hydrogen cell with hydrogen, and the emission that comes out of it, it's water vapor. That's it.
That's what I
Yeah.
thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
basically zero emission, They're trying to push for more hydrogen, but hydrogen, unless you're on a gas line, like a hydrogen line, it's pretty shitty. It's a pretty shitty way of making it.
You
Because
can't
you just
capture
gotta,
it.
huh?
There's really no other way to capture it.
Yeah, or what they do is they use like other byproducts. Like one of our plant is next to like a chlorine plant, so like we use all of their trash and take and purify it and break it down, break the molecules down and get the hydrogen out of it. Or they use crude oil. That's the nastier ways of making it. Whereas down here, we're on a pipeline, so we get it directly off of the pipeline down here.
Yeah, negative 400 degrees, man. Shit, just the
Yeah,
idea of that. Shoot, that's
If that
you.
touch
If you
you,
touch it, yeah. If you touch it, you crumbling. That piece of your body is falling off.
you would think so. You would think so, but your body temperature is way, 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 way fucking warmer than that. You can literally take your fist, ball up, have your hand wide open like this, and stick it in a fucking jar of nitrogen. You wouldn't want to do it in hydrogen, because hydrogen, that shit can spark just by the static electricity and air. But you can take and stick your hand in nitrogen, literally stick it in nitrogen and pull it out, and your hand is still doing all of this here because your body temperature runs about 97.5, and you figure nitrogen is at what, like a -3 something. So like you can literally pour it on the ground, and all it's gonna do is just pop off everywhere. It's gonna like pop, like turn into like little beads and pop everywhere, because the ground is warmer than that. So it's basically
it heats it up
turning
real.
back into a gas. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you leave it pouring, now if you left your hand in there, yeah, you fuck. You see what I'm saying? You can put your hand in there and pull it out as long as, but if you leave your hand in there, what happens is your hand starts to cool to it. but you can literally take your hand in there and pull it out. All that shit is gonna bubble. Like, I mean, there's all kind of videos online about that shit.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, I mean, I've gotten nitrogen on me. Like, I've gotten it on me. It's cold as fuck. You know what I'm saying? But I've
Well, you
gotten it on me.
educating. Well, you educating us because I swear I was thinking of it like Terminator 2 and like how they froze the Terminator 2. Wasn't that liquid nitrogen?
Yeah, I
From
think that was nitrogen. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
in the
I think
movie. So
that was
that's
nitrogen.
how I know about liquid nitrogen is from watching the damn movie. And to
Well,
me,
Yeah.
but that's nitrogen that they use in some rubber products like tires, like filling up tires. That
Uh-huh.
they use nitrogen. So how does that hold? I don't understand. That's the part I don't understand. How does it hold? If it's that cold, how does it
Well,
hold?
the gas is not that cold. The gas, like when they put it in the tire, it's air, so it's basically like gas. So what that does, it actually keeps the tire. It fills the tire, but it also keeps the because your tires heat up, right, with the resistance of the road. So it keeps it a
cooler.
lot cooler than just normal air. You know what I'm saying? That's just like before you leave your house in the morning, you check your tire pressure. Your tire pressure is at, I don't know, let's say 35. You drive down the road and then you turn like the little tire mount, like some cars have the deal where you can see your tire pressure,
Hmm.
like, and you'll notice you've been driving for like 30 minutes or at 70 mile an hour, your tire pressure has went from 35 to 38 because that air is expanding in there. So you know what I'm saying. So it's the heat, but the nitrogen kind of helps to keep them a little bit more cool, and it does something else to the compound of the rubber. I'm not sure exactly what it does. I'm not that deep into it, but it does. It does some different things, man. I do know that much. Like a lot of places are using it now. Let's see. Normal field termination done. All right. I'm gonna run out here. I'm gonna meet y'all real quick. It's gonna it may not be too loud. I'm on my headset. I'm gonna go close my valve.
Yeah, don't show no proprietary like information, bro, because we broadcasting this shit.
Nah, hell nah. Nah. No, sir. I'll be firing like a motherfucker. Somebody be like, yeah, we saw Darrell Willis showing some people the back of our plant.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
sometimes it'll be a technology that they have. It could be like a drill bit. I'm just saying randomly, some kind of like specific as tool, and it'll be proprietary. And they don't want people to see it because if somebody sees it, they can go out and manufacture it. Because people that's really good, if they get a good look at it, they might be able to make that shit. And then what I'm saying. And that's what be
Yeah.
happening. My somebody I know got fired behind something like that. Oh man, I can't remember. It had to do with that shit. Like they so strict with that shit. When they make you sign paperwork about that shit to be like, hey, you can't share none of this, no proprietary information, because if you do, it's a fucking wrap. Whenever
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know. I don't know why I went on talking about that. It's all the different jobs I've had. That's how I know this kind of shit.
Oh yeah.
Fucking yeah, I have a number of things I want to talk about today. Um one thing is like barbecue sauce or ranch, honey mustard. You think about this, a little kid orders honey mustard with their chicken nuggets. They're like 12 years old or whatever. And when they become like 18, 21, they still order their chicken nuggets with honey mustard. When they were a baby, before they could choose which sauce they could have, their mom chose the sauce for them. And their mom likes honey mustard. And she has honey mustard with her chicken nuggets. So she chose to give the honey mustard to the baby when they was a little baby with their chicken nuggets. So
Yeah.
as they grew older, they just are in the habit of ordering honey mustard with their chicken nuggets. So I asked the question, do they really like honey mustard, or was that programmed in them? Because it's like that with the ranch barbecue sauce. People who eat mayonnaise that don't eat Miracle Whip, or only no mayonnaise. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think like
Yeah. I
almost
hate I
like
hate Miracle Whip, man.
me too. I hate Miracle Whip. Most
Yeah, we
people,
grew up eating that shit, and I'm
we
like,
grew up
man,
eating
that's
that.
some bullshit.
That shit's trash. So that shows that I'm different as far as, or you're different, or some people are different and can grow out of it. But I think a lot of people, when they parent gave them honey mustard with their chicken nuggets, and then now they, as an adult, when somebody asks them what do they like honey mustard, or what do they like with their chicken nuggets, they're gonna say honey mustard just because. So do they really like honey mustard with their chicken nuggets? That's my question for y'all.
I say yeah. They've come accustomed to liking it, but of course, that's a part of the program. Um, it could have, because at a kid at a baby, if they really didn't like it, they would have rejected it to some extent, even at a baby. But you know, the programming goes on. Yeah, they like things that they may not have known they liked unless they had the opportunity, to try it. So as they get older, if they do have the opportunity to try other things, they discover they do like other things. They might find that they like something better than they like the honey mustard. They might like barbecue sauce better. They might like ketchup better. With their chicken nuggets or whatever it may be. I'm a mustard guy, so not necessarily honey mustard, but or Dijon. My brother, he loves Dijon mustard. I love yellow mustard. So I mean,
So what did your parents give you? What did your parents give y'all when y'all were kids? Like, as far as Miracle Whip, mayonnaise, mustard, whatever.
shit, I'm from Louisiana. We did blue plate mayonnaise. We did freaking whatever kind of yellow mustard, you know, uh for the most part, and Heinz or Hunt's ketchup or whatever. I mean, it was never really nothing too extravagant, but that's kind of what just basic, pretty much basic stuff.
Yeah. So
I
how much do you think that shaped you liking mustard now?
I like mustard more than anybody else in my immediate family. You know what I'm saying? I use it on pretty much everything. Well, not everything, but and I like to cook with it. You know what I'm saying? Like if I'm making burgers, there's not mustard on just on it. There's mustard in it. You know what I'm saying? Like I mix with all kind of different stuff. So, uh, I don't. I'm sure that maybe it could be a part of the programming, but at the same time, I think at an early age we were allowed to choose more and discover more, things that we like for ourselves instead of, this is it and
But I see a lot of parents that's like the only dressing they're gonna give the kids is ranch dressing. The only ranch dressing in the house is ranch dressing. If somebody gonna eat a salad, it's gonna have ranch dressing on it. You know what I'm saying? And so I like mustard. And I do remember eating mustard as a kid. I think my dad liked mustard. But there was other choices, like you said, there was other condiments to choose from. But then too, again, like Deuce was saying, we had Miracle Whip and fucking I didn't like that shit. I mean, when I was a kid, I guess I didn't know I didn't like it. As an adult, I realized that shit nasty as fuck.
well, and that, and it's crazy that you asked that because earlier today I went to Nathan's. There's a Nathan's here at the truck stop I'm at. They got the 100% beef dogs or whatever, hot dogs, and of course they're offering me all these different condiments like now mustard. They actually, you want relish, you want mayo, you know, ketchup and mustard and all the, you know, the different things. And I'm like, no, just give me some mustard.
Yep,
That's
that's
cool.
all I want on my hot dog too is mustard, maybe some cheese. That's it.
Maybe some cheese, but I'm trying to stay away from that as well. You
Oh
Yeah,
know,
I don't.
shit! Can you hear me?
I be. Yeah, we can hear you. I be avoiding cheese too, but I love cheese. Uh, that's another thing. Ranch, blue cheese. So what about ranch and blue cheese? Okay, y'all. Let me ask y'all. Y'all, you got
for
some
hot
hot
wings,
wings. Yeah, you got some hot wings. It's
Can
a
y'all
nice
hear me?
night. Yeah, we can hear you. You watching football or whatever? Ranch or blue cheese?
blue cheese.
Blue cheese, me too. I gotta have it.
I'm not crazy about ranch, man. With salad, like really with anything, and you know, if there's nothing else, I might use a little bit, but I'm probably gonna go more naked
I don't like
wings.
ranch either, and I don't like ketchup. When I eat my French fries, I might dip them in some mayo.
Oh no.
I don't like ketchup.
Oh,
All right,
So
there I go.
that's the whiteness creeping out of you.
it could be. It could be, but everybody in the United States is on ketchup. Man, it could have something to do with the commercials, the branding. It
No,
could also have to do with our parents
I
giving us ketchup with our French fries.
well, French fry.
Man,
Honestly,
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
no.
What you think?
You go ahead there.
What you think about ketchup and French fries, or
I'm not.
mayo?
I'm not a fan of it. I'm not even a fan. Like I personally don't. I'm not that big of a. I'm not really a big ketchup person, man. Now my wife and my kids, they fuck some ketchup up. Me, I'm like, man, like people put ketchup all over their fish and shit. Like, nah, bro.
I don't
If
like
that shit
ketchup at
seasoned
all.
good, I don't need ketchup. I don't need. Now I like cocktail sauce. I'll put a little cocktail sauce on my shrimp or fish or, you know. But like honestly, dude, my French fries, like and this is probably some white people shit. I don't know, but like I'll literally like get like a plate and put like a little mustard and like Duke's mayonnaise on the plate, man, and mix that shit up and dip my French fries in that.
Yeah,
Like
mustard
real
and
talk.
mayo. That's kind of like
Yeah,
Louisiana a little bit, but I would just do mayo. I like mayo. So that's
Yeah,
still
I'm
similar to yours, though. I'll dip my fries in mayo.
that right there. Just kind of turns my stomach. The idea of just plain mayo and French fries. I mean, that's just hard to imagine for me.
I love it.
But cause see, well, like French fries, cause now I ain't gonna lie, I will gourmet some damn French fries. Like I have me some ketchup, got me some salt and pepper, or maybe even some, you know, some Tony's or something like that. Mostly salt and pepper really is perfect for, you
That's
know.
it. That's like all you need. If it's some big fat like steak fries, like the big ones.
Yeah,
yeah,
I mean, shit. It can
I feel
look.
that.
I'm gonna tell you when I do go to McDonald's, I will get just French fries. I put you know my just right amount of ketchup, salt and pepper it down, and that's it. That could be a whole just a meal for me.
Yeah, I'll do that too sometimes,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
really enjoy it. Not really like tripping. Really
No,
enjoy it.
yeah.
But my point of this is, I think that a lot of people don't know,
I'm gonna
like they
mute
haven't.
y'all real quick, man, because I gotta bang these brass fittings off here.
All right, cool, man.
Uh,
All right.
uh the point is like a lot of people don't I think a lot of people haven't made that choice really, and like I think a lot of people don't really know what they like because they haven't ever had, like, all they have is like ranch on their salad. They don't even know if they like, and then like because their mom is like blue cheese is nasty, so they like blue cheese is nasty, I don't want that, I ain't even gonna try it, you know. And I have the benefit of working in a bunch of different restaurants in my life and tasting foods from like all over the world. Like I like
mhm.
Nico Nico's. You like Nico Nico's?
I've heard of it. I don't think I've been in Nico Nico.
It's like Greek Mediterranean food.
No, I have been to Nico Nico's. There's one downtown, right? It's like
Montrose, Westheimer area kind of
yeah,
thing. Yeah.
yeah. I've been to Nico Nico's. That's good. But I love Greek food. Period. Um, but yeah, I have been to Nico's. It's some really good food.
And it's different. It's different. It's not.
Now,
It's
now that sauce that they use, that white sauce, like the cucumber sauce or whatever,
yeah. Some
I'm
of the
not.
stuff I don't like. Like
Yeah, I'm
they
not the
like
crazy.
some of the spices they use. I don't like. It's like a thyme or some kind of spice they use that I
No,
don't like.
I like
I,
thyme. Yeah,
I
the
don't even know if it's thyme, but I just said that one. But some kind of spice they put in it. So some stuff when it has that particular spice in it, I don't like it.
You
It's
might be
like
thinking
rose.
about the deal. You might be thinking about the deal. You know, I get the actual deal plant. They use that a lot too.
Yeah, I don't know, but my point is like we a lot of us we grow up in our culture and that's fine. But I think a lot of us are super limited even within the culture where we don't even know what we like because we haven't experienced enough things to even know what we like. Like a little kid saying they're like in love or like their favorite thing is this or their favorite thing is that, and you're thinking like, well, that'll change with time.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. They don't like vegetables. Like some kids, you know what I'm saying? Because I always trip out on Lil Pat with okra. He loves okra. This don't matter how slimy it is. You know, his mom makes I guess Nigerian version of the they call it, I guess, okra soup, and with the what you call it, the fufu.
Mm.
He loves it. But then for me to try to just get him to eat some regular corn or peas, uh, what I would consider just, basic vegetables, he don't want no parts of it. He's like, it's disgusting. I'm like, man, you're a freaking weirdo. You know what I'm saying? You can eat
But
that slimy ass okra.
but we all have to think back though when we were kids, when we were children, and how we were with food. Because I'm sure you had some foods that you didn't like when you was a kid, and as you got older, you was like, wait, this shit actually kind of good.
Well, I mean, that's how I was with greens. I didn't, and then of course, from the country, a lot of times, they're eating it with, their hands and, cornbread and, you know, mushing it up. And like, I didn't get down with it. But like, when I got older, I'm like, damn, I've been missing out. You know what I'm saying? But
Hell
I mean,
yeah,
but at the same time, I still, a lot of times I can't eat it because like my family, they make it with
the
pork,
bacon, yeah,
so I'm like, damn.
fat back, mm.
Yeah, I
salt
like smoked turkey,
salt pork.
or just plain, nothing with no meat in it at all.
Yeah, you can cook it yourself, and or just put beef. You could put like beef tips in there. That's what my dad used to do. Wait, hold on. Let me see. I really got a bunch of shit. One of the top thing I wanted to talk about was like, how they say you're supposed to know. Like, one of my exes was like that, and she was like, you know, I was supposed to know, like, whatever. Because, like, let's say we're in a relationship, and I'm asking you, like, what do you need? What do you want? What'll make you happy? What should I do, or whatever? And then they're like, you're supposed to know, And then you're like looking for communication, but and so I think that goes along with the brainwashing or the programming or whatever, because society decides or whatever, the popular media, popular culture decides how your behavior is supposed to be in all situations. Because the movies you watch, whatever media you consume, for the time, whatever the trends are, really, right? And then so that's the thing, I think. And it's like, so she used always to tell me that, like, you're supposed to know. And it rung in my head so heavy, like, for years, because I would try to figure it out. I would be like, what is it, what am I missing? I think that's part of the reason that drove me down the road that I'm in now, and exploring like information and stuff. Because my mom, it's like that with my mom too. So like this ex that I'm talking about and my mom, they're very similar. But like my mom, I you know, I just tried to figure her out. I couldn't understand her. And like to this day, I don't really understand her. And it's like mental health type stuff. Not
Mm.
psychology, shit, post slavery even. So like trying to understand this and this thing that I could not understand drove me down the road of like exploring all aspects of knowledge because I needed to, because this thing that I wanted to understand was so big. Like what I'm so, because I felt retarded my whole life. I really have, I really have, and that's the reason why I really feel for people who talk about people who are slow. It really bothers me because I always say those people are ahead of us. Most of them are. The autism kids and all of that. They've really just taken in life in a different way. We are all programmed in our little box how we're supposed to behave. Like, autism kids, they use up a huge part of their brain just trying to figure out how to interact with us because they feel like the way we behave is fucking strange. Like, and it is so true because like simple stuff, like when somebody comes to you, like let's say a slow kid, right? He's being 100% truthful and 100% honest with you, like saying the elephant in the room type shit, and then everybody starts laughing, like, and then they feel the guy that they're gonna feel uncomfortable, like, why are you laughing? Like, I really don't get it. Like what I mean is like they communicate with you really truthfully honest, and then that really turns people off really badly. People are repelled by that. Like, are you dumb? Are you slow? Like, you can't say that. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I get it very well because I know a kid that's, he's, on, I guess you could say on the spectrum, because I think he's a very smart kid. But the main thing is the way that they receive and, you know, the way they communicate, they receive information differently. They just totally see it, a lot different than we do. So sometimes you really do have to just kind of put yourself in their shoes in order to be able to truly. I mean, like I said, I don't see anything wrong with them. It's just different. They see things differently. They react to things differently. Shoot,
Most of
something that
them, most of them,
they might fall out laughing about something, and you're kind of like, okay,
you just not
what did I
seeing it.
miss? What did I
Most of them,
miss?
yeah, most of them are way ahead of us, and like their brain is processing way more information. They're taking in. It's kind of like how you say slow down and smell the flowers. That's kind of like if you went to slow down and smell the flowers and you never stopped. You kind of got stuck in it. That's kind of what it would be like.
Hmm.
But that's the universe. That's being nature. That's being a raw human. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Being true to your nature type shit. And I don't know. I got off track, but
Well,
what do you
to your earlier
what you're
point,
supposed to what you're supposed to know or whatever. What you think about that?
yeah, what we're supposed to know.
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
what
yeah, yeah, that part. Yeah, that part. That to me has been I think that affects relationships more than anything else is because, when, a female, I mean, I can only express it from a female point of view, because that's where I've received it from. But for them to believe or feel that you're supposed to just know what they're thinking, what they want, what they need, how to, handle, situations that makes them feel comfortable is supposed to be just known. It's crazy to me. And there's a TikTok video that I was watching. I've seen it before, but I saw it today again, and it's a preacher preaching. It's like, look, if I take you to a restaurant, we ordering steak, so they're not gonna just bring you a steak. you know, like if you say you want steak, they're not gonna just bring you a steak. They're gonna ask you, how do you want it? You want it medium? You want it rare? You want it full? Or you know, well done or whatever. Like they want instruction on how to get you the steak the way you want it. You know what I'm saying? And this is like, you know, and that's just a simple meal. But when you're talking about life, you're dealing with somebody that's a lover, somebody that you know claim to want to be in your life for, you know, for the rest of for the rest of your life, or at least a long period of time. You don't give them the type of instructions that you would on something as simple as a single meal. Not the way you want to eat for the rest of your life, but just the one meal you give way more instructions to, but you don't give the proper instructions to somebody that you love, or at least give them the clarity on you know how you just want to be interacted with, how it's to me it's just it's ridiculous to think that you're expecting another human being to just know, especially when women are the most complex uh creatures on the planet, that each one has their own way of wanting things. And then if you've dated a few different women, each one you deal with. I mean, that's after you've dated 4 or 5 different women, you just kind of get to a point where it's just like, okay, you end up asking, you learn that you have to interview them, ask them certain questions in order to be able to cover certain grounds, just to, and you still miss, even with that, even with the interview process, asking what you think are the right questions, you still find a point where you're off because they're
and, and
just.
and that's when I realized that I decided to stop playing the game, because it seems like the game, right? They make up the rules to the game, and then they could change the rules right in the middle of the game, because they never explain the rules. So they get the rules get to bend and and change as the game goes.
Mhm.
So
It's like
But
it's
that
just like
tells you
trying to
right
forge
there.
steel. It's just like trying to forge steel. You got to keep putting it in the fire, beating on it, trying to form it, trying to get to a certain place, and then as soon as you think it's ready, oh no, I gotta change this because the edge needs to be, it should be curved this way, or
because like, and what I wanted to say was like sex, even in sex, like I think that that's one of the areas where they lie the most. And
hmm
you try to get the communication from them of what they like and what they don't like, or what I'm saying, what's good and what's bad, and then it's really hard to get that out of them. And that's one of them, again, going back to, you're supposed to know. So you're supposed to know.
Well, yeah, I would say it's when it comes down to the sex part, like me, because my wife and I, we got together. I hadn't really been with nobody but like maybe one chick in high school, two chicks in high school, and like one chick in middle school, 8th grade. So, you just fucking back then. You ain't doing nothing. You just fucking. But it wasn't
hump,
until I got
hump.
married and uh,
I said, yeah, you just humping.
yeah. So it's like it wasn't until I got married and me me being the type of person that I am, I pay attention to a lot of things. I may not say shit. I may continue on to be your friend, and be cool with you, but I know I can't trust you. I know you on some fuck shit. You know what I'm saying? That's just the kind of individual that I am. But because I pay attention to everything, I watch people. I ask the darndest fucking questions, but and people answer me, but they don't realize I'm asking them about themselves. But I just learned how to pay attention when it came down to sex, because my wife didn't really vocalize certain things, but what I started to pay attention to, or I didn't get the same reaction that I did when I was licking on you 2 nights ago as I'm getting out. And then it's like she made moves, you know, she her whole language is off, her whole body language is off. So I pay attention to that. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I learned, like, okay, what it is that she wants. But then you get hit with these motherfuckers that's talking about they want the motherfucker with the dick over the shoulder and this and that. And it's like, okay, do you want a fantasy? Or do you just want somebody that's gonna sing your ass to have a fucking hysterectomy at 35 years old? You know
Well,
what I'm
they do,
saying? Like,
they do want the fantasy, but some of them aren't free enough to be able to really just say it because like they've always lived. Most females have lived with the idea that they're going to be judged because they want to be a freak. But you know to me, hey, look, I'm a freak. I like doing all kind of you know if what you might say outside what might be outside of the norm or whatever, but at the same time, I mean, if that's something that you really want to explore, you gotta speak up. You can't expect somebody to just you know know
yeah,
some you like to be bitten, or how you want like how you want to be grabbed, or I don't want to get too explicit, but
yeah.
there's
Or you
different
want to
things
be
that
choked, like,
if that's what you want, you might want to speak up and say it. Because I mean, you would assume that the more women you have sex with, the better you are at sex, but that's
every
the
woman
more
is different.
that's the more confused that you'll be getting with a different woman because of how different all of them are. Like, there's I've dated very similar women for the most part throughout my that I have a type, I guess you could say. And regardless of you having a similar type woman, they're still gonna be very, very different, as far as what they
Yeah.
want, how they like it, they want to be smacked on the ass if they want, it's
Well, look, let me change gears a little bit before we all get. Listen, because I'm glad you brought up the word freak because I was gonna bring that up in the show. It's in my notes because I wanted to talk about how the word freak has a different meaning. Like for us, freak is like the freaky girl, the girl who's uh, you know, willing to do whatever. So, but now it's different because like you have these people who are really like deforming themselves, if you will. You know what I mean? Different ways. And because when we was talking about in the video yesterday, it's like you're accepted as a human. But once you turn yourself into a freak, then people look at you different. And that's because you have made yourself into a freak. You get what I'm saying?
to my eyebrows,
All kinds of shit.
eyelashes.
Anything that's like like I was reading a book. I can't think of the author's name right now. But it was about a little girl who she was a little black girl and she was dark skinned black girl and she wanted to have blonde hair and blue eyes. So like actual real blonde hair and actual blue eyes, right? So her little friend told her that that would be repulsive. You would look like a freak.
Well, yeah, I guess when it comes down to it, I mean that's still gonna be based on people's perception. It might be odd, it might be different, if that's something that person is comfortable with. I mean, I'm not really the type of person that really believes in changing your natural aesthetics, but if that because I mean that what's that Ti's wife that had went through the whole eye color change through surgery. I don't know about the hair part. I don't know how you make new growth turn into. I don't know how that process would work, but I mean, of course, dyeing your hair, that's an easy way to fix that. But I mean, I'm we could be looked at as a freak. It's like, oh my God, why won't that guy fix the grays in his beard? Like, they have stuff to fix that. Like that. Oh my God, that drives me crazy. You know, you're
No,
not gonna be able to
no,
win when it comes.
that's not what I mean. I mean, like, okay, you were a man, and you chopped your thing off and turned it inside out and put it and made it into a
No,
vagina.
okay, now, okay, all right, I get
Yeah,
it. It's not just
that's
visible. It's not just visible things that you're talking about. You're talking about an extreme
well.
change. Like, okay,
I feel like people. I feel like people will judge somebody that's eccentric, because you have a lot of like people always when you hear that word eccentric, you immediately think about like white women or something like that. Well, we have a lot of black women that are very eccentric. They're very dramatic with the way that they explain things. They talk about that with the way that they dress, the way that they express themselves. And I think, that's like I have a cousin that was a female, and when she got out the military, she decided that she was transgender or wanted to be a male, and said she always felt like it. And it was, and I would hear her going around telling people, oh, call me this or call me that, or are you cool with me and this and this and that. And I had to pull it to the side, and I say, at the end of the day, society is gonna always have an issue with you, no matter what. They have an issue with me for being, light skinned and heavy set. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you have to find that comfort, and you have to find that love, and just be fine with what be fine with yourself, be okay with yourself, love yourself, and don't give a fuck what nobody say. I mean, because people are gonna say something no matter what you do. You know what I'm saying? When I was 500 pounds, people said shit. Now that I'm down to 360, people say shit. Still get called a fat ass. I'm just like, I'm at that place in my life, man, where what somebody else say or do don't make me shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's one of those things, and if you want to be that guy that wants to go to that extreme, then at the end of the day, bro, that's your life. That's your free will. You do as you please. You know what I'm saying? Like, but
yeah, and
understand that there's gonna be people in society that's gonna say, hey, that's a man, that's not a woman, that's a man. But you have to be comfortable enough, like, okay, well, fuck it, it is what it is. Like,
well, for me, I think on something like that, what you're asking the world to do is to play into your fantasy. The things how you see yourself, or how want, like, a lot of people will engage in, call you ma'am when you're a sir, or call you a sir when you're a ma'am. But you know for on the you know for the average person, it's you're asking a lot for them to already know what, that's kind of like with the last thing we were talking about, like, for you to just know what you want, and people to just already know it without having a conversation, with them. Because I mean, I know girls that, they just like guys, and then, you end up calling them oh yes sir, and it's like, I'm a ma'am. And like, you just, like, it's so confusing to people for you to try to meet their expectations on a random encounter, to where, you it's just it
Babylon, Babylon.
well,
It's
see, I've gotten
Babylon.
to the point. I've gotten to the point
it's
to where if you don't seem like you're my elder, or if you look younger than somebody that I would say yes ma'am or no ma'am to, then it's like, yeah, I say yeah or yes. Like, I've gotten to that point, because you don't really know. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's like, yes, well, yes, thank you. So I feel like that's still
Did
being
y'all
asked.
see that lady? She cut her breasts off, and she was doing jokes on TV. Like, she had her shirt off too, no breasts. It was a woman.
no nipples or nothing.
It was nothing there. It was a bare chest.
Well, did she have cancer or was it
I don't think I don't know if it's I didn't watch it because it's Babylon, bro. I don't watch TV. I saw a clip and that was it. So I don't know. Y'all look it up. I mean, the people who's watching, if y'all here, put in the comments because I don't know what it was. It was she was doing comedy jokes. She had a short haircut, no shirt on, breast gone.
Yeah, I mean I mean, you know, I gotta ask certain questions on stuff like that because, you know,
Babylon.
well, I mean, because I mean, it could that situation could have very easily not been one of those, you know, sexual type conversations. She might have just been, you know, trying to show her, you know, acceptance to herself
As far as
because of
having
the,
cancer and having to have them
yeah,
removed. But
yeah.
I've been seeing on my timeline where they're doing that. That's a surgery. That's a surgery. Some of the they're doing now.
Hmm. Yeah, I
And
don't know. I
isn't it
mean,
called a mastectomy where they have to have their breast taken off due to
Uh,
cancer?
mm,
I
no,
think it's
I
called
that's
a
don't know.
mastectomy or some shit like that.
do not get me to lying.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. What that's called either, but um, you know, it's just it's crazy to me. First of all, you know, it's for a person to feel that way. You know, I try to understand, but it's very confusing. And you know, like I accept people for who they are. Like I mean, whatever you are, look, enjoy it, love it, have you know, do whatever it is, but don't try to make everybody else, you know, be accepting or try to, you know, pretty much be, you know, go into your whatever it is that's in your head to make it be other people's head so you can feel better about what it is that you're doing. No, just be comfortable with what you're doing and just do it. You know what I'm saying? That's how that's just how I see it. You know, you can't try to make your mom and your dad, you know, or, you know, just, you know, of course they're gonna love you and they're gonna try to accommodate as much as possible. Some will reject it, you know, but at the same time, it's just for those people, they just need to be comfortable with who they are, what they do, how they do it, whatever. Don't try to,
I'm
you know, push that on other people to make them feel like they have to, you know, play some role, you know, like they have to act out some kind of, you know,
And and
thing.
and, and the words that you say could be coming out of my mouth because that's like exactly how I feel. Because when I feel like a man's a man and a woman's a woman, and that's just what it is. And whenever you tell me something different, then that's like I feel like you insulted my intelligence. Now you are attacking me in a certain way. Like you're fucking with my mind. You're trying to fuck with me mentally. Like no, I don't
Yeah.
want to go there. I want to
Be-
stay over here in logic land. I don't want
Because
to go over there in fantasy land.
yeah, on one hand, you know, people say they, you know, they believe in science, but then they try to manipulate it and then try to, you know, create a different narrative of science because there's only two genders and what you're born as. Now everything else after that, you're creating it in your head.
There's one exception. There's both.
Well, the hermaphrodite. Yeah. Well, and you know, that's one thing that, you know, is that it was that totally natural? If it is totally natural, okay, there's
But if
three.
she's born a
But if
hermaphrodite,
you were born,
it's
if
not
you were not
big like a
born,
man.
if you were not born a
It ha-
hermaphrodite
it
and
ha-
actually having the right to choose, then you are either a male or a female.
Yeah, it happens
So
a lot, and sometimes it'll be the parents. They'll decide for the baby which gender
at
they're
birth,
gonna be. Yeah, at birth. The baby don't know, and then maybe never know. The parents maybe never tell them.
yeah,
Yeah. Well, the biggest thing is most likely if it's born, I don't know if I can say this word right, hermaphrodite or hermaphrodite, however you say it. From my understanding of it, it's not. It's not. It wouldn't ever be the size of what a true male is. So, the vagina would actually be more realistic. I guess I don't fucking know. I don't really know that. I
Usually,
mean,
usually
I feel the same way. Oh my bad.
there. it all depends. Everybody's an individual, so the degree of the hermaphrodization is going to be different, you know. But depending on the person, they could have two working parts, but most of the time, one of the parts is not going to be as, you know, properly developed, you know.
Yeah, but
So, but that
I
could
feel
still
like how
mean
you
on the
go ahead.
inside they have they could still have the womb and all that shit. Like if the parents could have decided that it's a boy, maybe because the parts were the most developed,
Yeah.
and but that they could still have they could possibly still, because they, I doubt if they're gonna take all of that out of there, because it would be a dangerous procedure for what, you know. So they're gonna have all the they probably have the tubes and the womb, you know, the ability to carry a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I
Because I
feel the
mean,
same way y'all. My
yeah.
bad, man. Y'all go ahead.
Well, yeah. I mean, I guess I didn't want to get too deep on it because I guess they could just tie the tubes and sew up the you know the
Yeah,
female parts and go with it that way.
yeah,
But then there could always be that chance of the hormones and how they react to certain things. Because I mean, at that point, it's a chemical, and I don't want to say totally imbalanced, but a difference, a chemical reaction that could
yeah,
affect them in different ways. But
yeah. So that would be a really hard decision, because that could really go any kind of way. I would be scared to death if I was the parent and I made the wrong damn decision. I probably wouldn't mess with it. I just let the kid get big enough to decide on his own. Like, hey, you got both parts. We ain't know what to do when you was a kid, so it's on you, bruh or sis.
a girl, yeah, I mean, and just think they start developing boobs, or
Exactly.
and they got a penis. It's like it's kind of I don't know. It's just a weird little thing to even deal with. Like it's
Going
scary.
through puberty.
It's fearful enough for me now just to have the thought of that something like that to happen, because you don't want to screw up nobody, and you just you want people to be comfortable with who they are, what they are, and then society is going to have their hack at it when they get old enough to deal with people and all that. So but to me, that's a whole nother conversation than what we were having, because it's like people who are definitely one or the other, deciding that they feel like this or that, and you visibly look like a female and you're male, and then you expect that I should address you a certain way, that I don't know what you want. I don't know
It's the
what.
Twilight Zone. It's the Twilight Zone, fucking you up mentally. Wait, let
Yeah.
me ask y'all this to change gears, because I've been thinking about this a lot. You know, because you got human trafficking is a huge thing. You know what I'm saying? Human trafficking and slavery has always kind of gone
Hand in hand.
together. Yeah, and they say that prostitution is the oldest institution or whatever,
It's the oldest profession.
oldest profession, right? So we know drug trafficking, human trafficking, and slavery all kind of go together. Because even if you go back and look at history, when they was moving goods and they was moving slaves, the moving slaves is human trafficking, and they was moving money, and they was moving, I'm sure, whatever the hell, rum, whatever the hell, right? Whatever illegal shit, stolen goods. So I want to ask y'all, what do y'all think about this? I want to ask both of y'all. Got to answer me this: should we legalize prostitution?
You want to go first, Daryl, or should I go? I don't mind.
And it don't matter. Y'all, you can go. You can go.
I say hell yeah. I mean, it's gonna happen anyway. I mean, there's legally or illegally, there's something that's gonna happen. So, they should find a way to, make, give some kind of regulation to it. I mean, you know, the I guess what will present a problem for, I guess, the prostitute is that it'll end up being taxed. Um, you know, under regulations, but at the same time, like in Vegas, I I haven't experienced this yet, but I know like in Vegas, there is legal, but they have to be tested a certain amount of times to make sure that they're less likely to pass on diseases and STDs or whatever. And there's a certain level of like they have to go through certain things in order for them to be able to work. So I think that, yeah, I mean, it may as well be legal because I mean, there's people who, instead of going out and raping somebody because of wanting sex, or they don't have the talent or the ability to really talk a woman into it, then they should be able to have one way to suppress some of those urges that they may have other than trying to just take it. I mean,
Deuce, what you think?
I mean, for me, like there again, it's all. I feel like it's all free will, right? It's a woman's right, all man's right. There's men out there that prostitute. Um, it's a woman or man's right. The problem that I have with it, if it does become legalized, will they be? They're already stealing kids at all-time rate. Women and kids. Whether it's boy or girl or whatever. If it becomes legal,
You breaking up?
it's like,
well,
okay, this shit's legal.
I think that because of I mean, I don't think that it's gonna really, because of the reasons that people human traffic. I don't think that that would just totally end it. But you know, as far as the direct question, should prostitution be legal? I say yeah, um, because I mean, we're looking at something that's supposed to be for adults. Uh, they should be able to choose either way, whether they're selling or buying. But it gives some kind of a structure to that whole atmosphere, and it could be whether they use the telephone. Maybe there's a certain district in the town where you can go and you know I don't know. I mean, I don't know exactly how it should be set up, but I'm just saying, like, as far as it truly being legal, somebody going to jail because it's still two adults consenting.
They made it a felony right here in the state of Texas to solicit prostitution just recently. Deuce, we didn't really hear you. You was breaking up. What'd you say?
Yeah, no, I was just saying what I was saying. Like it's free will, it's free choice. The thing that would concern me. But he answered my question about as far as children. But I mean, I feel like it's free. I feel like in a sense, maybe it should. I don't. I just feel like it's one thing that they are. You know, the people that are out there prostituting, right? These girls, they're getting these long, lengthy rap sheets. That's their choice to go out there and sell their body. You know what I'm saying? Or these men, that are buying it or whatever. I don't feel like you should have to, get a felony charge or a misdemeanor charge.
Yeah, it's just another way for when you outlaw certain things, that's just another way for the government to be able to tax or fine, give fines for something that people gonna do anyway.
Right.
Um,
It's another way to exploit people, and it also helps the
yeah,
criminals. It helps the drug trade because mostly criminal people are the ones that's pimps out here, And then, but then you probably got when it goes up because this is huge. This is big money. As it goes up, some of them pimps are freaking CEOs and shit.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't
But
think it'll
see,
stop the pimp game either. There's gonna be women who's gonna want that management. You know what I'm saying? As far as their money and getting the right tricks. Being able to get a high level trick so that every time that they're not working for you know $20 here, $50, whatever. I don't know, whatever the prices are that's going on. Like they're gonna rather, the clientele that's gonna actually get them maybe $500 to $1,000, for an hour or 2 hours, whatever it is, based on, you know, like
And,
the less that they have to run through to make a certain amount of money. That's what they're gonna want. So
this
they'll
is what
still
I
want.
feel. If they legalize prostitution, I think they should make the crime more harsh for somebody that hurts a prostitute, somebody that beats up a prostitute. You got serial killers that go around and buy prostitutes. You know what I'm saying? Just so they can,
and,
have sex
and
with them and murder them. And I think that people that are gonna legalize it, okay. And I get why cops have made it illegal. For one, they can't tax it. The other reason is that you've had so many women, children that have lost their lives to prostitution, because somebody kills them. So, I mean, they're trying to put a stop to it
but
in
that
that sense, in
but
that regard.
but But look, that your argument is an argument for legalizing prostitution because now it's going to be regulated. They'll have safe places to go. It'll be cameras. It'll be official people there. Like you got to come through. It'll be like going to the store and you check in at the front. They got your ID. You-
Yeah, and that's the part I was just saying. Like, I mean, if it can be a legal process to it, and it's no crime to do that. Like, it can be something that's trackable. When you go, what I'm saying, like yep, let me see your ID. Like they can actually make a registry of the people that they've been in contact with, and anything that happens, like it can be backtracked, it can be followed. As far as who, with an STD that comes about is like,
Exactly.
you
All of
know,
that because they can track everything and it'll be taxable. And then you're gonna make a bunch of money. The community will make money off of this because people you make it legal right here in Houston. That's gonna be the busiest whatever store in Houston. I guarantee you. And the people gonna want to be safe and they want the girls to be safe. So if it's regulated, then that's gonna keep people a lot more safer, especially than out here on the streets doing it and having
yeah,
pimps and
But
because
shit.
I mean,
yeah,
yeah, I mean, they never
I
know
could.
who they're dealing with unless it becomes a regular. So I mean, somebody that comes from out of town and wants to have a little party, go, do whatever they want to do. Somebody that's come in from Dubai and they want to do certain whatever it is, they got to go through the registry. They got to say who they are, and something happens to this lady or whatever. And I guess for the most part, we're looking at it where it's women, but I guess there's men that might be doing it too. But at least they'll be able to track these people that's come in contact with them. So this woman comes up missing. Oh well, the last person they were with was such and so on. You know what I'm saying? So I think it does give uh some a little more clarity. It doesn't have to be an underground thing. I mean, it's not something that I think that is going. Of course, it's got to be out of the eyes and sight of children, but I think it's a process that can happen that can be much safer.
my thing is this, bro. Like, I get it. It's all free will. Do as you please. But I'm not finna go.
Well, I'm not a person that does the whole prostitute thing either. I like
I'm not finna find no prostitute, bro.
I got enough
I
game.
could never, like, I've never been that dude that
I feel you, but I mean, I'm looking at it
guy
from
that do that shit. It's like, why do you want to be with somebody or sleep with somebody that
Well,
got multiple men on any given day, any given hour? Like, man,
the point
you know,
is
like that's just my.
people are gonna do it, and
yeah.
Yeah,
it
they're gonna do
causes
it. You're right. You can't
it
stop it.
causes it causes human trafficking when it's illegal. You know what happens, and it's right here in the States. The girls, they just move the girls from state to state. They don't even know where they at. They don't know nobody there. They stuck. You know what I'm saying? Go make that money. That's it. They wake up tomorrow and they in a whole nother state. They might not even be in the United States no more. They might wake up in Germany.
Anywhere, yeah.
Yeah,
But see, and that's the thing. Like I've never had a prostitute in my life, but at the same time, I mean, I know guys like shoot. There's guys they go on vacation, guys trips or whatever, and they hire girls to come and they have parties or whatever is whatever the scenario is. I think for the overall safety of human beings, if they're in that, it gives a little more what's the word? I guess I mean clarity. The word that's not the word I want, but however, it gives more. You know, damn, I can't think of the word I really want to use. But however, I think it does make it overall safer for everybody. From whatever perspective you're looking at, if it's legal, there's like the bunny ranch. The bunny ranch been going on for decades, and it's like a place that people feel comfortable going to. They pay a certain rate so that they expect they're gonna get good clean girls. They some guys have certain things they like that they can't do with their girls, their wives, and this, that, and the third, or whatever. And
I think
instead,
you have to join. It's like a membership, and you kind of got to get approved. They do like a background check and all that shit.
yeah. So I think it's like I said. I mean, I would suggest it be legal. That's I get that's my firm stance on it. It should be legal.
yeah.
Because my point is like it's the same thing with the drugs. The hardcore drugs, they need to legalize those.
Hardcore drugs.
Yes, like cocaine, heroin, they should be legal, and that's gonna kill the cartels. Y'all think about prohibition. You remember prohibition, right? Historically, when they made it illegal for you to drink alcohol in the United States, and then what happened? The damn mafia blew up, and people kept drinking, right?
Mm-hmm.
People was drinking probably more than before, but guess what? They was drinking cheap, shitty shit, rot gut shit, you know, dangerous
Probably got poisoned from it.
poison. You know what I'm saying? They got to sneak and do it underground, even though they was, and everybody was doing it. It made the mafia, the underground people more
Prevalent.
powerful
Yeah.
and rich as fuck. Them motherfuckers still got that money to this day.
Yeah.
People think money evaporated. It don't evaporate.
Al Capone,
It don't.
Al
That money
Capone
is still
family
there.
Still living
That's-
good off of that shit.
That's why the mafia is still so strong to this day. They got strong then, and it didn't go away. They still have that money. They've been
Well,
flipping it.
I wouldn't say that that's gonna make them go away either, because I mean, it just gives them
It's not. It's not gonna make them go away. It gives them competition, so it's gonna limit them. So it's gonna cut down on human trafficking. If you legalize prostitution, human trafficking won't end, but it'll make it less. It'll make it less. And same thing if you legalize drugs, that'll cut down on human trafficking too, and that'll cut down on overdoses, all of that shit. At gang wars.
Yeah, because I mean, I think with the hard drugs and all that. I mean, especially with people being able to mix all kind. Because I know over the years I've heard of where they put what is some kind of baby laxative, and like it's gotten to the point where like they're using fentanyl, something that can actually kill you. Where cocaine. I mean, I don't think is a like I've had I've popped pills like ecstasy and things like that. So I mean, it can be used at a discretionary pace to where it's not harmful. But then when people are able to mix and match and put what they want in certain things, and people end up dead from it, yeah, that makes it you know scary. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
Well, I
if
think
there
that
is
comes
some
about because they're trying to stretch the drug out. They're trying to. That's just like how they make. That's just how they make crack. You know, the way that they
yeah,
make crack. It's 100% coke, but then the dealer gets it, and because he's trying to stretch his money, that's how crack came about. You know what I'm saying? They started adding baking powder, baking soda to it, and adding this or adding that. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? So I think that's gonna always exist. They're gonna always
Well,
put other chemicals or other things in
Right.
drugs to make it
Like
stretch.
like they
You
make
know,
meth.
even if
They
they
make
legalize it, you know,
they make meth out of household products. So no, but my point is like the mafia, these drug cartels, look how strong they are. Look how powerful they are. They basically run
that's because
Colombia. They
all the dope
basically
comes from
run
them.
Mexico. They basically run Central America. They're powerful as fuck. Why are they powerful? Because those drugs are illegal. And because they're illegal, it pushes the prices all the way the fuck up. And the people gonna use
I,
those drugs. They've been using them historically. They're gonna use them. They have been using them, and in the future, no matter
thousands
what, if they're
thousands of
legal or
but I
years.
think
not,
the drug,
if
but I
they're
think
legal or
the
not,
drug,
people are gonna
I
use them.
think the cartel, I think the cartel is still gonna be powerful
Because they done made their
because,
money now. They are all
well,
government
not
agents and
not
shit now.
necessarily,
They
but
they
not
literally
necessarily as
they
that though.
they they
But
literally
it's
leaders of countries now. Yes, they
The-
good.
but I
But
but
no, but one of
no,
the
but what
reasons
I'm
why it
saying is
hasn't.
like look at where the drugs come from. You know, we don't have coke. We don't have coke leaf fucking fields here in the United States. Like we don't have like a lot. I mean, we have some resources here, but we don't have what they have like in Colombia, what they have down in fucking Mexico and the other place. Hell, even in Mexico,
Oh,
they get a lot of their damn coke from Colombia. That's how that war started with Pablo Escobar and the Mexican cartel and all that shit. I mean, because
They
they gotta pretty much get it from them
and that's
in
the
a sense,
point.
you know.
And that's the point. That's where the human trafficking, drug trafficking comes in. You have to move it from one place to another because it's illegal to grow it here. If it was legal, they would grow it here. We have subtropical areas where you could probably grow some of that shit. You don't grow it here because the feds gonna be on your ass.
well, and but a lot of because I mean, regardless of where it's grown or any of that, like it's that's one of those things that it wouldn't be here if it because I mean, even high officials has a place in getting it here illegally.
And
So that's one of the reasons why like they probably don't want it to be legal is
exactly,
because of the
they're
way that
making a killing.
they're able
They're
to manipulate it on each side of the fence. You
because the
know,
But
same
the
thing with the
thing about it is, the
prostitution.
drugs were brought here anyway. The, look, man, drugs are never an issue until it starts hitting the communities, the white communities. Their kids are overdosing on this shit. Their kids are being strung out on this shit, dropping out of school. That's when the drugs become an issue.
And
Before then, they were never an issue. Look at the fucking, that what is that? Man, not
you freezing.
these motherfuckers was being affected by that. When they put the drugs here to try to look at how hard white women miscarriage rate is at an all time high, way higher than anybody else. You know, the shit. That's when things become an issue, bro. Like that's when it becomes an issue. That's the only reason why they're trying to make abortions illegal, because guess what? They are not. Y'all have been the minority. Y'all are no longer the majority. You know what I'm saying? And who do you have getting abortions at an all-time rate? If you look statistically,
Niggas.
It's not people necessarily people of color.
White people.
Statistically, it's Caucasian, it's white folks
Yeah.
that are getting abortions at an all-time rate. You know what I'm saying? Because niggas don't have the money to fucking get an abortion. Most Mexicans don't have the money to go get an abortion. Like,
or they're
we
Catholic.
can talk these debates about legalizing this shit all day long, but why is that talk of legalizing it all day long and this and that? It's because it's affecting the people that they didn't want it to affect. But hey,
I think you're right. I think you're right.
They want to party too.
Guess what they did? They started legalizing. They've been testing it. There's a place you can go here in the United States and Canada. Well, they'll give you like heroin, cocaine, stuff like that, marijuana, like little packages of it, and there's a place you go there and you use the drugs there.
And they do that.
Yeah, and they watch over the people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
I've been watching all of these. I watch all of these different prison documentaries that come on Discovery, or I watch them going down the road. I'll listen to them going down the road. But yeah, like in other countries, like in Europe and Germany, all those places like that, they give their inmates, like, they give them, what is that? Is it an opioid or whatever the hell? Yeah, they give them that every day just to keep them calm, and and that's their way of rehabilitating them. Like I was watching some prison documentary in Germany. Like, if you're not like a cold hardened criminal and you're coming up to be released within a few years, like they literally get to go work outside of the prison, make a wage that would be able to take care of their families. Get to go to their families' homes, and stay a weekend, and then come back to the prison. Like all of these different things.
I saw that.
What was that? Finland?
Yeah, I saw that. I think
we did a show on that.
Yeah. So, but look how we treat our prisoners here, though, man. Look how we treat our prisoners here.
Well, I mean,
there's no
with the slavery industrial complex, if we want to call it, the prison system. I mean, that they've made it into a business. I mean, the whole capitalist idea behind all of that, like it all works into each other. So if they legalize a lot of these things, it's going to shut down a lot of their potential income. So that's one of the reasons why we probably won't see stuff like that, is because it's all about the money.
I 100% agree with you. They do not want to legalize it because they're making a killing. And then what you have to understand is, like, the United States was built on criminals. So the thing is, it's not just, they're doing all kinds of shit under the cover of, like, human trafficking, drug trafficking. Like, we probably can't imagine, because weapons are moving too. But I'm just saying that they need a cover. That's how they do it, right? Because if you got this chaos, all this shit going on, then you can just creep your ass around and that's the mastermind, motherfucker. The one you really need to be worried about. That nigga is up in the middle of the chaos, and he over there making some, who knows what the fuck, a time machine. He want to bring it into the world.
That's why they gave America. That's why they gave America Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, because people are not paying attention to the other shit that's going on. They're paying attention to how fucking stupid this dude is, and they're literally giving this motherfucker drugs to keep him alive. You know what I'm saying? You don't see, like, come on, man. It's just like, that's why they give you this shit. That's why this virus has came about. It's like, come on, man. They're not the wars that's brewing up behind the scenes that none of the fucking media outlets are reporting on. You know what I'm
Man,
saying? Like,
honestly, I'm sorry, but I've seen some videos with Joe Biden that was like the look of him is just too perfect to where that might be a AI robot.
I don't know about
man,
all that.
it
Say,
could
bro,
say,
say,
man,
bro.
He
it
just had
could
a bunch
be.
of
They
damn
have,
plastic surgeries.
Well, I'm gonna tell you,
His
man.
face might be an algorithm, but
His face.
man, this shit is crazy, bro. Like, and then the
this,
crazy
this,
thing
this
is,
dude said his face might be an algorithm. How the hell that work?
like, I'm saying, the biggest thing that I'm saying, like, is where's all of these people at that tell people, like, where are all of these celebrities like Oprah and LeBron and all these motherfuckers that was telling you, and they pretty much shun IQ because Ice Cube was willing, to sit down with Trump. Like where are all of
Man,
these celebrities that told us to go? Well, they didn't tell me because I wasn't gonna vote for his funky ass no way. You know
well,
what
no,
I'm saying? Like,
they're gonna come out of the woodworks when it's time, and that's the thing. Like, I mean, these people are paid to do what they do when they're on TV. Like, don't think of it as entertainment so much to where like you don't realize what it is that you know, what they're positioned to do. Like these people, they might make you laugh. They do all these different things to make you feel comfortable, but
yeah,
they have an agenda that is much more bigger than they are themselves. So I mean,
that's why I
anytime
don't
that
watch TV, bro. I don't want to hear nothing they gotta say. I don't want to watch a Kevin Hart. I don't even watch basketball. I don't watch
uh,
basketball. I don't watch football, and I don't even want my son to play them sports. And my son is an all-around fucking athlete, and I'm like, no, stick with baseball or soccer. Fuck
yeah,
football, fuck basketball, like fuck these entertainers because they're leading our children down the wrong path. And that's just like me and Chaka was talking, the first podcast I was ever able to actually get on. And I was telling them like as parents, our voice have to be louder than TV, have to be louder than these fucking,
definitely.
music artists that they listen to because it's like they got out here and they tarnished people's way of thinking and all you kept hearing. My thing is the same fucking celebrity that set up and all he did was mimic his career after Donald Trump. I want to be like Donald Trump. I want to be like him. Spending thousands upon dollars and fucking out there in Atlantic City at all his places, hanging out with him. Every time you see a photo out there together, and then now they're saying, "Oh, fuck Donald Trump, he a racist." Like, man, it's too much. You gotta read between the bullshit, man. Like, are you gonna care about the him being a racist? Or are you gonna care about this man that's making this country move forward so that us as black folks we can continue to make money and provide and continue to have a way in the avenue because what Joe Biden them is trying to do, they're trying to pretty much shut down small business. They're trying to put small minority businesses and small businesses across the board out of fucking business. Joe Biden, the Democratic Party believes that you should not make $100,000 a year. They believe that you should rely on the government, and the government knows the government should be in control of your life, should control every aspect of your life, and they should pay you what they feel like you're worth, not what you know you're worth, not because of your knowledge and your skills, but what they feel like you're worth. And that's the shit that they're trying to implement behind the scenes. The
Yeah.
things that
Well, I agree with you for the most part because I mean, there's a lot of different ideas that I think policies that Trump was good at, and I think that he did want to see certain like regardless of if you were a business person, yeah, he wanted you to be able to grow, and maybe vice versa with Biden. But one of the main things I don't want people to to get lost on, because Trump has an agenda too, and is it as clear? Is it as clear as Biden's? You know, I don't know, because I mean, like I said, I'm not
Oh yeah.
I don't like Biden at all. I'm not necessarily a fan of Trump, but I can see that Trump's agenda wasn't necessarily meant to hurt the small or the big business. Now, if you were getting taxed more if you were an employee, which doesn't make much sense to me under the tax plan, because either way, I mean, it's messed up whichever way, whichever direction you look at it, because it's if you
Yeah.
don't have the right balance, it's things are just gonna get screwed up anyway. So I mean, um, you know, do I think that Trump would have been a better president than Biden, or was a better president than Biden? I would, just looking at the facts, yes, he was. But at the same time, I'm not sure what all kind of motives Trump had throughout his mix as well. So, that's just one of those things. I don't, like, people need to really kind of look at, the facts of what people are doing, instead of, just going along with this popularity contest between presidents or even like senators and this, that, and the other. Like, we really got to stay involved with everything that is going on, because I mean, one way or another, we're not going to get 100% of what we want, but we might be able to get a high percentage of what we want if we just pay enough attention to, don't just take little mild things that they say they're gonna do for the people. We need to
Yeah.
actually really, what bills have they passed, and have they agreed with in the past. What they believe in now, is it still in line with what they've been saying for the last 5 or 10 years. It's when before they got into the Senate, what were the things that they were doing, or the House of Representatives. Like, we really need to, and I know it's a tough job for the average person, and but believing people on TV is not going to help us, because they are part of the program. And that's the whole thing. It's a TV program. They're programming us to see things the way they want us to see it. And
Yeah.
also, especially with news, they have a target audience. Like, they're trying to, appease to a certain demographic. So we got to really be careful on how, we take the information that we receive day to day. And like, we really need to have people, within our own communities that can decipher that we trust, to say, hey, this is what, because a lot of the people that gets time on TV, they're actually, paid to come in and give that information that they're giving you. So we really gotta, be careful how we use that information, because like, Trump was not the savior. He was not. But it in the simple question, do I think he was better? Was he better than Biden? I would have to agree with you that yes, he was.
And me personally, I don't feel like, yeah, I'm sure Trump had his own motives or his own agenda behind the scenes. Every president does. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that's in that kind of position of power, I'm sure, does. But one thing I didn't feel with Trump was that he was trying to. I absolutely feel like Biden and this whole administration, Pelosi and all of them, they're trying to ruin this fucking country, dude. They're trying to make it capitalist, or not capitalist, but communist, or you know, or they're pushing socialism so fucking hard. We've seen what socialism has done. Look at Venezuela. They're over there eating each other, bro. Like, we have enough socialism as it is in this country. That's why you got public schools. That's why you got the fire department, the police agencies, the FBI, this, that, and it's like, come on, man. You know, like
What?
we live in America. This country was built up on capitalism. It's like Chocolate was saying, it was built on criminals. What do criminals do? They try to capitalize off of whatever it is that they can, and this is, you know, like, so there's deception in everything. You know, like
Well,
you,
you know, there needs to be a certain level of balance, regardless, because I mean, I accept the fact that, instead of, like if my house is on fire, I don't have to rely on my neighbors to come in and put the fire out. Us trying to,
yeah,
in which, maybe we could develop a system that did that, but that would still be a social program, no matter how you look at it. But, you have to get together with other people to be able to make this, you know, this thing work for the community. So, if we're going to consider police and firemen a social program, I'm all game for that. Now, when you get to the extremes where you want people to depend solely on the government, that's the part that I guess gets to me, because if nobody has any responsibility, if nobody has to do anything to uplift their communities, to have something better even for themselves, if everybody makes gets a certain same amount of money like they got in the Soviet Union, or they're handing out, okay, you get 8 rolls of toilet paper for the month, or however it is, I'm not really in alignment with that, because it sets a different type of precedence, because you're not really, you know you're not being what God intended you to be, as far as, because we're supposed to be as self-governing as possible, but not to say that we can't be intelligent enough to be able to come together to implement certain things that will benefit the whole. And of course, I'm one of those that, if I work harder, if I'm smarter, and I put together certain things that makes me more valuable, and I can have more money, I can live in a mansion, and okay, you have a house or you live in an apartment, based on that, I still believe in, you know, you get rewarded for your output, the things that you
yeah,
do for the community, the whole. If I create a product that everybody buys, and I become a billionaire, okay, am I supposed to be, like only still make $50,000 a year, even though I've, pushed myself to do something bigger than the average person? I think that there still has to be, I don't think everybody should just get a prize because they showed up. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe that.
There's different
yeah.
degrees.
It's,
There's different degrees of socialism, and communism and socialism is not the same thing. And I think y'all are talking about two or three different things at the same time. And what I always say is that most people really just don't understand it. So I just recommend everyone listening out there kind of look up those words, kind of like look up the definitions, and then kind of like look at some history. Look up Guevara. Look up Look up Patrice Lumumba, look up Gaddafi, and actually read some of those stories, and try to understand Cuba's history, Venezuela's history, and not just by what what the politicians are saying. But wait, I want to ask you something, Deuce. I'm gonna change the subject. Do you think Masons are evil? Masons, Masonic symbols, is that evil? You
Can you
there?
hear us?
You there, Deuce? I can't hear you. Probably freezing up. Yeah, we can hear you now.
All right, there he is.
all right, can you hear me now?
Did you hear the question?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. He asked me, what do I think Masons are evil? Man, I don't really know. I've never really, I've heard some things about them being evil. I was looking to like, it was that I don't know. I'm probably gonna butcher the name, but the Bousselet or whatever, and they were kind of going back into the Masonic deal or whatever, and I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I honestly don't know. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't done much research on that.
Sounds
You know,
retarded.
huh?
Go ahead. Go
Do we
ahead.
have
I'm sorry.
do we have anybody in the comments that's saying anything about that?
Nope. No comments.
Yeah. I don't know. I really don't know.
So, well, Pat, tell them what the Masons are, because people. The thing is, I think that people really don't know what the hell. That's the problem. They have no idea. I mean, as simple as that. They have no idea. Everybody got these ideas in their head. What somebody said what a Mason was, and then you got a group of people running around talking about their Masons, and that's causing confusion. And people don't really know what the hell is going on. They just see the symbols, and then the symbols look like other symbols and other stuff, like satanic, like or whatever.
Some people
So
co-opt them. Some people co-opt the different symbols and use them for their, their own purpose or whatever. And we still may not understand fully what that means because, like, as for just to really kind of start with the whole Mason thing, it's my son. If you're a son of a mother, which everybody is, you're Mason. And that's kind of the beginning of it. You know what I'm saying? Like there's a whole thing, coming through the female uh organs or whatever. But, if we're looking more so at the fraternities that come out of Masonry, they study a lot of sacred sciences. And that's, like they study a lot of it out of the Bible, and there's just different understandings that the average person doesn't get, because like the average person is taught theology, whereas from a theologian perspective, where a Masonic, they're looking at it more of an esoteric, where it's a book of cosmology, where most of these things line up with the stars, the sun, the moon. I mean, the whole idea of Jesus walking on water, he's a symbol. If you look at these different people as symbols, he's the sun, and not just the SON, because in some instances he's the SON,
it's
but
the
in other instances
SUN,
he's the SUN. And
God's only son or whatever. God,
yeah, yeah, and him walking on water was pretty much like being able to see the shadow
the
and
light.
it moving across
Yeah.
the waters. So it's a lot of different hidden understandings within it that most people want to overlook and not take an account for, because those not that those other meanings have no place, because there's different levels to it. You know what I'm saying? From a child's perspective, the theologian, the theological way to look at it is good. Not like that's a bad way, but that's probably more on the elementary side. But when you look at to it where it goes into the universe, which what our universities would used to teach, and that's where the whole university come from, is learning about the universe. So, and from different perspectives. So you really have to take into full context of these meanings before you try to condemn what they are, before it goes in, but a lot of people got it mistaken, and they go along just like with whatever TV is saying. Some people, act like they've done so much research into a level of real understanding. Can I say I fully understand everything? No, but I understand it enough to be able to tell you what I'm telling you. Yeah, but I would answer your question by saying no, it's not evil. Maybe there's some evil aspects, you know, depending on who's using it, could make it evil, but the actual core of it is not.
It's just knowledge. Knowledge is knowledge, and it can be used for the light or for the dark. You know, for and then what I was saying before, though, like about the for you to do great good, you're gonna have to embrace the shadow. So you're gonna have to do some evil to do great good.
Yeah.
You know, what you think about that, Deuce?
Well, and then within the universe, I mean, there's light and dark. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You there?
Yeah, yeah. What you were saying now? I didn't want to interrupt him when he was explaining them.
Well,
What Mason mean.
yeah, yeah. He went on about that. But what about like a superhero, right? You know how like the superhero is the young guy and the villain in the comic is the old guy, and the old guy is usually like a genius or whatever. So like imagine if the villain of the comic book, when he was younger, he was the superhero, and then he grew older and got nihilistic, and now you know he lost faith in humanity. Now he's the villain. And then but like I was saying though, like I think in the world today, if you were to do great good, you would have to have done some pretty horrible things to get in the position to be able to do the great good. What do you think about that?
You would have to been able. You would have. Are you saying you would have had to been a victim of something very bad, or
No, you would have to have done some things that were bad.
oh? Well, I mean, I guess I could see why you say you would have to have done some things that were bad because maybe you had to learn some lessons in order for you to mature to get to the mind state that it takes to do great good. But I don't personally feel like to do great good in the world, you have to come from a background of doing, you know, totally bad things. You know what I'm saying?
I just feel like for
Let me
you
ask
to be
this: do you think that being well? Let me ask this real quick. Do you think in order to know good that you have to know bad?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, and that's kind of where he's going on a. It sounds a little more complex, but simplistically, I mean, in order for you to even know what good is, you have to have experienced bad to know the difference between the two. We live in
Well,
a polar, you know, in a polarity. So you know, in this life,
can
you
I ask
know,
you this
you're
though?
go.
Can I ask y'all? Can I ask y'all this, right? Because I also, you know, I I know good and I know bad, but I also
damn, you're breaking up. It's because he's
know just the
driving.
way that the universe
Yeah,
works, and just I think like I feel like we're born as human beings, like the day that we come out of our mother's womb. It's innately in us, good and bad. You know what I'm saying? And so that's why I say I don't feel like you necessarily. I mean, I get exactly what y'all are saying, but I also feel like you know you innately like you can look at something as a child. And I remember like looking at something as a child and like that's not right. Why are they doing that? You know what I'm saying? And I had never seen that a day before in my life. But I just feel like that it's a part of the universe and a part of what God has instilled in us, if you will, of knowing right from wrong. You know what I'm saying?
But what
Uh,
about this? Let me ask you. What about the idea of the devil being God in a ski mask?
The devil being God. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, because then you go back to like your big drug kingpin that was truly the devil. They were destroying communities, but on one end, they were also giving back and helping communities. So I guess it's kind of, yeah. I mean, I get where you're going with it.
Because the people loved what's his name, the one with the hippos, uh
Pablo,
yeah, Pablo Escobar. The people loved him.
That's it. Just
because he
like the
did a lot
people
for his
love El
in
Chapo in
order for
Mexico.
yeah, I mean he did good for the the people in his community. It might have hurt people in other communities, so he's doing bad and good at the same time, and that's a part of how the universe works as far as the polarities. You're doing good on one hand, and depending on what perspective you're looking from, you're also doing bad somewhere else. So it's kind of works hand in hand, and that's where you come to believe or understand that there's really you know is there you have to ask the question, is there good or bad? Like if you have if this is a world of polarity where those dynamics kind of coexist, how do you know what I'm saying, how do you determine if you're truly doing good or bad? Because at some point me I don't know what's a good example. I mean, just think about people just in throughout history, like they say, in order to have peace, there must be war. So, I mean, there's going to be some killing going on, but you have to kill a bunch of people, but at the same
Because
time, in
like
order to
okay, so because like in the Bible, it's like God knows all. God knows everything. God is everything. You think about God being the universe. God being everything, right? And then when you think about that, then there's good and like as
he
far as
created
our
both.
perception. Yeah, as far as our perception, there's good and bad going on. There's evil things or whatever, however you want to look at it. Stuff that's good in your perception and stuff that's not good in your perception. And so that's what I'm saying. When I try to get people to try to understand that God is everything, then because look, when something good happens, we're like, oh, that was God. But then when something bad happens, then we're like, oh, that was the devil. So like I say that was God both
It
times.
was
When it
God.
was when the
Yeah,
earthquake happened, that was God. You know what I'm saying? When you walked out there and you found a $500 bill or whatever, that was God. Both times.
yeah. You have to blame him on any aspect of it because he's the creator of all. If that's the perspective we're gonna look from, you know what I'm saying. I'm more of a
Yeah.
universal law, universal principle person. So I don't, I guess you could say the whole is, if we're gonna, you give that title to the universe as God, okay, yeah. But we really I think a lot of times, some of us forget or have not given enough thought into it, because even in the Bible it says that, he created both good and evil. So he is responsible for whatever it is that, we're dealing with, or what we see, we experience. So um, even us on a personal, decisions we make day to day, yeah, we could say, okay, we got this good angel on one side and the bad angel on the other side, but based on our choice, we may look at it, what we're doing, that's the best thing, that's good, but it could
That shit could be
also,
evil. Fucking
it,
Hitler felt like what he was doing was good. And you can go down history. Napoleon felt like what he was doing was good. The dude who ran across Genghis Khan felt like what he was doing was good. And depending on your perspective, there may be people that agree with him, on that, and other people are gonna feel like, oh, these people were evil, they were the devil.
and you're always going to have cause and effect. You're doing it because of this to try to do good for the community that affects you directly. But in order to do that, you may be negatively affecting another community. So I mean, it's gonna, you're doing it because of this cause, but the effect comes out totally different than from what your initial idea of it is.
And
So
then I feel like, so God created us in his image, right? So that means we have that light and that dark in us. It's the light and the shadow of us. So that means that when, like you were saying earlier about when we make our decisions, that's us choosing to be God or the devil, or evil or good, or whatever, however you want to look at it, depending on
yeah.
our choices.
And I mean, when we are able to see both sides, that's when we're probably at our highest point of godship, because, we're able to balance that, okay, well, I won't go so hard. We're not going to drop a bomb. We're going to go in and do this. That way, okay, it's minimal, uh, harm done to
And
these people
and
than,
and that's exactly what I say. God body is really, you start taking your emotion completely out of the decision making. Now you just using the facts, you using the materials. There's a quote. It goes, once there's no good or bad, now you have the power to mold and shape and create. Because I think the higher levels you go into the dimensions or whatever, your emotions, your feelings, how things feel, or how you react to the environment becomes less and less and less and less. And as that happens, you become more powerful in being able to, create environments, creating whatever the hell. What's up?
mm,
What's up, Curtis? Hey, Deuce,
What
you
up,
ain't
bro?
said nothing in a while. What you think about all that shit? We just dropped a load in your lap, huh?
I
Yeah,
think he's
kind of.
just soaking it in right now.
Yeah, I am. I am.
We
I
caught him
really
off
am.
guard with that one.
what you think,
Oh,
Deuce?
no, no, no. Yeah, he's telling us, Daryl. Yeah.
Yeah, Deuce,
Huh?
what you
Oh yeah.
think?
Yeah, I mean, nah, I totally, understand. I totally agree with what you guys are saying. Like he's the author of all, he's the creator of all. There's good, bad, and that's like, not to throw religion or anything like that in there, but like you were saying, every time something bad happens, people they're quick to say, I know that's the devil, and it's like, no, God tests you too to see if where you at. Faith, if you believe and trust that He's gonna, make a way for exactly what you pray for, or what exactly, God sends us tests too. You know what I'm saying? And do I, it's just I don't know. It's one of those things, But I agree with what y'all are saying, and it gave me a little bit more perspective on things. But you know, he's in control of everything. He's created everything, and he's given you, if you believe and have faith and trust. You know what I'm saying? The good will come. That's not to say that you won't have some bad things that happen, but the good will come. You know?
Curtis, did you hear any of what we was talking about before you got on?
Uh, no, no. I tried to catch up. I tried to catch up. I tried to catch up.
Well, the question we started with in this segment was the Masons. Are they good or bad?
Hmm.
Yeah, are they evil?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just a
So,
straight up question. Just straight up question. Don't have to go deep into it. Are Masonic symbols and Masonic people, are they evil?
I wouldn't say so.
What's up? That's Curtis for you right there. Simple answer.
I
Hey,
mean,
you
that's
ask a
what you
simple
asked for,
question.
right?
Yeah, you ask a simple question, you get a simple answer.
I wouldn't say so, bro.
Well, I would agree with you, Curtis. I wouldn't say so either. But out here, we have this perception of it. People have this perception, and they think Masons are evil. I keep seeing it going down my timeline. They're like and then they mix it up with the Illuminati and all of this, and the
Is this the
seven,
new shit?
this
This the
the
new
seven,
shit happening right now?
the seven families who rule the world. They're Masonic Illuminati. I don't know. They're a club. And it's secretive, but everybody knows about it though. But it's a secret.
I mean, if you can look it up,
Exactly.
then it's not a secret,
I
right?
got another-
Right,
yeah,
wrong, right, wrong. Hold on. So, if you can look it up, is it right or wrong?
I know I asked you about this before.
I mean, look, I'm not defensive about it, but you know,
Is the connection?
Yeah, this good. I would buy this from you. I ain't gonna lie.
You have a connection? Yours?
I might, but I'd have to look for it.
Okay.
Yeah, I might have one. No telling where it's at though. I'll look for it and get you for you by tomorrow.
Okay.
All right.
He asked you a question,
I missed it. What was it?
King Host.
I missed it. What was it? I'm sorry. I have no idea.
Curtis? Well,
What'd you ask me?
I think he was. It's like, I guess it ended with the whole. If it's able to look, you're able to look it up on the internet. Is it really secret?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it's a secret, but everybody knows. So, but we also asked, what about legalizing prostitution, Curtis? And also the other thing we was talking about was God and the devil. Like, do you think the devil is God in a ski mask?
I'd give anything to see his true face. It's like silhouette with a bandana, with a head wrap on,
Pat, leave me alone.
a bandana.
Leave me alone, Pat. Leave me alone.
Curtis know all about it. Curtis is God in a ski mask with a bandana on.
What? All of us are.
I hate you, bro. I hate you, man.
Yeah. So what you think about all that, Curtis or Deuce? Any one of y'all? Because me and Pat be talking all the time. Deuce, what you think about all that? You were saying, like, and you know the yin and the yang, right? You understand the yin and the yang? It's the light and the dark, the balance between the two, and that becomes the whole. And that's what knowledge is. That's when you're able to, you know, when you're able to get out of perspective. We did a whole show about perspective. So when you look at something from one, like when you know the saying, you can't see the trees for the you can't see the forest for the trees, and you can't see the trees for the forest. You know?
Yeah.
That's what it is. How like the perspective of an ant. There's a passage in the Bible about the ants, and I don't remember who it was, and he was walking, and the ants was like, "Hey, such and such is coming. Let's get out of his way," or whatever, right? So, but the ants' perspective, when we step on them, they probably never saw that coming. They might think that it was an avalanche, or they might think that it was I don't know, some kind of psychic event. They might have think it was like some supernatural event. And then, you know, they start praying afterwards, and they're like, pray so we don't get, you know, that happened. You saw Timmy and Tebow and Bob was standing right there, and then all of a sudden they was dead, flat. Some of them disappeared. We never saw them no more. They went to a whole nother dimension. But it's because their perspective didn't allow them to understand that we was walking. They just so happened to be crossing the sidewalk at the same time when we was crossing the sidewalk. And humans don't give a damn about ants, most of us, and they just gonna step right on you, and that's what really happened.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah. No, that makes sense. I get what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot
What
of
about
sense.
the yin and Is that your first time hearing the perspective of the yin and the yang?
Who?
Me, yeah.
Not you,
Hearing
Deuce.
somebody
I'm
like
asking.
totally break it down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think a lot of people don't understand. You got to look at the symbol. Not only, and then the infinity symbol is kind of in there. So, and you look at the dot. One aspect of the yin and the yang people miss. You see one part is white and the other part is black, but there's a dot in the middle, kind of. It's not really in the middle, but there's a dot on the white side that's black, and there's a dot on the black side that's white. It's a very important part of the symbol because you see the dynamic of the white on the black, and at one point it's always switching over from white to black. But in the middle of the sea of white, there's a little concentration of black, and in the sea of black, there's a little concentration of white. That's important because
Bro, he understand, bro. He understand. He understand, bro.
that's important
He
because that
understand. No,
means
trust me.
even within the black, within the dark, at its core, guess what's there? Light. And at the core of the light, guess what's there? Dark. Y'all know about black holes. Y'all know about black holes. And
Oh,
it's like
oh shit.
it's
right.
like how and then that at that
You
point
really want to know the truth?
At that point in the universe,
Whoa,
everything physics
I
breaks
just
down.
visited this place. No. Shaka, give me a second. I just visited this place, bro. And it's very trippy about black holes and white holes. Half of the dude, you ask anybody, they don't know about white holes. That shit exists. It fucking exists. When I found out about it, it flipped me out. Not
Tell us
because
about
of
it.
all the racist shit.
Tell us about it. What did you learn?
Its existence. I look. I know where you were going. I didn't mean to cut you off, but
Yeah, tell us the story, bro. What did you learn?
Yeah, man. Like,
I'm waiting. I want to hear.
When you
yeah,
went
because I'm
there,
gonna explain it.
go ahead.
So no, shut up, man.
Of all people,
dude, you know what I'm talking about, bro.
Go ahead.
So,
Go.
Anyways, all right. Anyways, so no, dude, there's such things as white holes, and it is on balance, bro. It's on balance, man. The whole our whole galaxy is based off balance, and I can't fathom how. I can't fathom how it even rotates, man. So I'm trying not to.
Tell us the story, bro. When you went to the place, and what did they show you? It was like videos or something, and they showed like, what is a white hole? What is a white hole? Because I don't even really know if I know that. Maybe it's called something else.
I've never heard of a white hole.
Have
That's
black
why
holes and you have white holes. Black holes throw existence back out into the universe. White holes suck. Everything has a purpose. You know what? Fuck, bro. If you call them, fuck. Okay. Anyways, white holes. Dude, look it up. Look the fucking shit up.
I'm definitely looking it up.
White holes suck. White holes suck things in. It's a balance, bro. And so the only thing that I don't know is where one begins. I don't give a fuck how fucked up. You know why I have to say it, bro. You know why I have to say it. Anyways, I don't know where white holes begin and black holes begin. I don't know that. But each one of them have their starting point. I don't know if Neil deGrasse Tyson ever thought about that shit, or I don't know these things, and this is, dude. All right, bro. You already know. Oh, I got you, bro. I got you.
Yeah,
This is
man.
fun for me, but
It's
man,
just like, you know, one
that's a
another
hard
thing.
subject, bro. It's a very
You know,
hard subject for me.
you know another thing
Not
that
because
people
of
don't.
space and time, but just because you know where we are. That's
Another thing
All right,
a
dude.
lot of
all
people
right,
don't know.
Fuck.
You found it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here, bro.
all right.
Go
But
ahead.
I'm gonna
What's
read
up?
it. I'm gonna read it. It says,
Go ahead.
in general relativity, a white hole is a hypothetical region of space-time and singularity that cannot be entered from the outside. Although energy, matter, light, and information can escape from it, white holes
fact.
appear in the theory of eternal black holes.
Do black holes, Pat. Do me a favor. Do black holes, bro. I know you do, bro. I hope you do. I know you do.
Well, while
Hate
he's
Yeah,
me,
looking,
bro. Hate
while
me,
he's look,
man.
listen. While he's looking it up, a lot of people don't know that,
Yes.
the elements that's in our body. Some of the elements in our body are heavy elements, and these elements had to be born like in the center of stars, like
Taco,
when stars when stars
dude. You know
die.
I'm not a hippie, but we're out there. We're out there, bro. We're out
Right.
there.
The star dies,
That's
and
fact,
it
bro. It's
and
facts.
and then it explodes. Right. You have the supernova, and it spreads out these
Exactly. Which
heavy
is very
elements
rare.
throughout the universe. And without those heavy elements, or stars turning into these heavy elements and spreading them out throughout the universe, then we wouldn't be here, because we need those heavy elements for our body. So they're actually in us. So when they say we're made of stars, it's really true, because of the heavy elements that's in our body. That's where it comes from, and that's actual real science.
all right. Well, I got the definition for black hole. It says a black hole is a region of space-time where gravity is so strong that nothing, no particles or even electromagnetic radiation such as light, can escape from it. The theory of general relativity predicts that the sufficiently compact mass can deform space-time to form a black hole.
Yeah. So that's crazy. So imagine in outer space, the yin and the yang is actually like there. Like you could freaking, if you was able to get back in the perspective enough to be able to see it. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
Imagine that.
to me it kind of sounds like, because of our existence, like these two different ideas, because one is sucking part of it into, and one, into the other. It just pretty much kind of just explains like our existence, and how things are, just what it is. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? Because the
Right.
gravity is so strong on one side, and then the other one, it repels, like it's sucking you into it on the other end. It just what keeps the balance.
And I think that, but those basic ass ideas like that is why the ancients had better technology than us, and why we need to make all our trains go off of them damn magnets and shit. And that's probably how they built the pyramids and everything, because they understood that shit. The polarities, the positive and negative charges, the freaking gravity really just being fucking magnetism. And then if you understand that, then you understand that you can move things that are really heavy, because you can switch the polarity of the gravity. Because we fucking manipulate magnetism all the time. We can do it with electricity. That's one of the first little tricks they teach you in like elementary school or whatever, to use the two batteries, and I can't even remember right now. Touch the top and the bottom, and then how you can make the paper clip or whatever. And then it's like, it repels. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the static electricity that's caused from the train, like as it's running across those train tracks, at some point the the movement is not like is not a backwards or forwards actual movement. It's actually hovering over that rail, and it's not taking any energy for it to move
That's the
across.
and that's efficiency. And that's what we don't have in our system because they all want to make profit. And I wanted to talk about that. I have a damn video. I ain't gonna bore you all to death, but uh the systems are set up with that profit margin has to be in there. That's where you run into problems with systems like these where it's not using no damn energy. So then how can we justify paying? How can we justify charging these niggas for riding the train if it don't even cost us nothing to operate that hoe? Like, and not only that, while it's moving, Pat, that static electricity, that static charge, you could use that to power the fucking train, the lights and shit in there, the air conditioner or whatever.
We
Well,
already
I
have
mean,
that, bro.
if you look at the hybrid engines they're using in cars, there it's recycled energy to a certain extent. Some of it might dissipate because of just time or whatever it may be, but just the braking, they got it where, because I mean, no, the reason why it's staying at the same levels because you're driving
All right,
more
look,
than
hey
you're
Pat.
braking. Yes, sir.
But
What's what's
Recyclable energy, dude. That we already have that.
yeah,
what's
but
that?
that's my
We already
point.
have. We already have. We already
That's
have that.
that's my
I
point.
know I'm explaining. That's why I'm just kind of telling you how it works.
Why?
But the only reason why that energy doesn't stay like in a hybrid engine, why sometimes it needs to go to a fuel system to gas is because you're not braking as much as you're actually driving, because the
So
braking system will actually send energy back into the electric engine to keep going. But because you're not braking enough to keep the energy up, that's why they have to have a supplemental source of energy.
so why aren't we driving? Why are we still driving these gasoline cars with the tires that we have to keep buying
Not enough
tires?
money.
We
Not
gotta
enough
keep
money.
we gotta keep putting gas in our car.
It's the infrastructure. Our infrastructure is not set up for us to go any other way right now. That's the main thing. I mean, electric engines would be more prominent. You know, if there was more stations for you to regenerate on your trip. Until they get that in enough places, they're not gonna take away the gas engine, because I mean, and a lot of people gonna still want just a regular gas engine. Like, everybody don't trust the electric the same as others. But that's the main reason, is the infrastructure is not set up for us to move straight over to it. I mean, just think if our roads had the magnetic thing already in place. Yeah, we could hover all over the damn place. That wouldn't be a problem. But we don't have
I
that.
think you're right. You're absolutely right. It's the infrastructure. But look, the argument everybody's going to keep on saying is we don't have the infrastructure is going to cost too much. We really should have been doing this shit 50, 60, 75 years ago, building this shit. So at some point, we got to start fucking building this shit. At some point,
Well,
but the politicians, everybody, the oil and gas industry got so much power over everything, so they don't want that. They want us to keep on buying gas because they make a whole bunch of fucking money off of that shit. So they pushing against the infrastructure even being built. They don't want no competition.
true. I mean, who who really creates their competition?
They don't have any.
No, what I'm saying, I mean, they don't have any because nobody is strong enough to be able, like, to be competition. You have to be equally, have equal power.
No, remember I was talking about that, and I remember we was talking about the corporations, the way it worked, the predatory capitalism, they gobble up competition. They don't allow competition. You know, look at Walmart.
because they don't have equal power. I mean,
They
if somebody
because if somebody comes up with something, even if they do come up with a technology that rivals theirs or a service that rivals theirs, and it's good, they're gonna co-opt it. They're gonna either buy it or they're gonna smash it out. That's capitalism. Before it ever gets big enough to actually really compete. While it's a baby, they're gonna buy
well,
it or they're gonna
well, I mean
smash.
that's what happened to Nikola Tesla back in the I forget how far back that was, but that's exactly what he had the whole thing. You know, he pretty much rediscovered the Egyptian way of energy back in the early 1900s.
Right.
They knocked him off.
Right. And that technology is sitting somewhere in a vault or on somebody's shelf or in
No,
somebody's closet or something.
no, I mean I think it's been rediscovered with Musk, Elon Musk. I mean that's the whole reason for him using that name in his cars, Tesla.
But I'm sure that technology ain't nowhere near what the old
No,
Tesla.
it could be no. I'm sure it can be much greater than what it is. But this is a way to kind of
Watered down,
slow.
watered down.
That's how they do us forever. You know,
Yeah.
there's never
Watered down
a drastic.
version.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
never a drastic change. There's gonna be slowly implementing change in order for you to accept it and to, you know, buy into it.
Yeah. I wanted to talk about them criminalizing being poor because it kind of goes along with the theme of what I was talking about when we was talking about legalizing prostitution and legalizing drugs. And you know how the prison industrial complex and our society in general, because like a homeless person, there we call them a bum, and then we arrest them. They're in the way. They're bum. They're loiterers. They're breaking the law. So it's kind of like because they don't have nowhere to go and they don't have nothing to eat and no family or whatever, no programs helping them. They are they're criminalized. They go to jail. Like let's say if you grow up and let's say you have autism or you're schizophrenic, you have some kind of mental health issue, and you grew up now and you're an adult and your family is gone, like your parents died or whatever the hell, and you're roaming around like the city. Guess what? You're probably gonna end up in prison. They're gonna lock you up because our system doesn't have any other way to deal with you. That's our way to deal with you, is to put you out of sight, because you don't fit in with the society. So, and that's just like I say about being poor, because you like the tickets when you have an outbreak, light, or your insurance is out, or whatever it is, you got a damaged vehicle, and the cops pull you over and then they give you a ticket for this. But 9 times out of 10, the reason why it's like that is because you didn't have the money to fix it. Most people don't want to have out lights and out headlights or out stickers, out insurance necessarily. Most people don't really, usually it's because they didn't have the money. So, okay, now you gave them a ticket and then they get another ticket, and then now eventually those tickets land them in jail, and so they're a criminal. They broke the law, but basically it was because they didn't have the money.
You're right to a certain extent, but I have a perfect example. Okay, my sister, okay, had a headlight that was blown out, and tail light that was blown out. Well, license plate light. I apologize. License plate light. Now she called me, fussing, bitching, and moaning about she had gotten a ticket because her headlight was out. And what she wanted me to feel sorry for her, but she had just pulled out of the convenience store buying a high ass pack of Newport. She lives in City Gas, buying a high ass pack of Newports, but your headlight is out. When you could have took your ass down there to Walmart to the automotive section and asked one of them guys that work in automotive, which headlight bulb does your car take? You know what I'm saying? And which license plate? Like, still the replacement bulb. You know what I'm saying? You can get the cheapo brand just to get you by for like $6, $5 or $6 out of Walmart. You know, you can get a pack of two of license plate lights. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, it's just certain things, man. Like I don't know. I think people are giving are I agree, you know, and there's people out here that are really down bad, that are really doing bad, and I've been in those situations before where every time I got in my car, it was me praying, Lord, please don't let me get pulled over because I don't have insurance, or, you know. But I was in a situation where I just couldn't get a trucking job at the time. I got my CDL at the age of 20. You know what I'm saying? I was barely making ends meet on warehousing jobs and things of that nature. So I just really couldn't afford it. Plus trying to pay rent and take care, you know, wife and a kid. You know, like, so it was one of them situations. But there's a lot of people out here, man, that just drive around because their priorities are fucked up. Like, yeah, they don't have no insurance on their car, but they wearing the newest pair of Jordan. You know what I'm saying? Are they wearing some fly ass, you know, Nike Air Max or something like that? So I don't know, man. It's just I just think that in some cases we're allowed the opportunity to give too many excuses for when we could be doing different. You know, it's like my grandmother used to always say, people afford what they want. People make time for what they want. You know what
That's
I'm
one
saying?
pers-
And I feel like that's a true statement. You know.
Yeah. Well, that, I mean, that's one perspective of it, but I mean, I think down to the core, I mean, us understanding what's lawful, what's unlawful, what's legal, what's illegal, and understanding the differences, because there's a lot of things that we deal with that we've accepted as being lawful, which might be unlawful. So, like some of these things that, because I mean, if we really look at what the true laws of the land are, there's nothing in our Constitution that says anything about, uh, you
Tickets,
know,
insurance, outbreak lights.
yeah. So you really have to discover those aspects in order to be able to combat it. But you know, understanding those laws really, just as a regular person, makes a big difference in how your life plays out. I mean, even if you just look at it on the level of, poverty, and those who may have, like have a little money where they can, you might just know somebody, what I'm saying, because you're in a certain position, somebody, you don't have to go and pay the ticket. You know what I'm saying? You can get that ticket thrown out. I mean, if it was such a crime, why, how can this person's ticket get thrown out, and this other person, they're like, no, I'm, tapping their foot, waiting for them to come up with the money. What you
Right.
gonna do, sir?
And,
So
and,
it's,
and you finna go to jail too.
yeah. So I mean, there's a lot of different ways we can look at this, but for it to, it has been criminalized to be impoverished, because people, for whatever reason, they'll look down on you because you can't pay, or whatever reason, where you should get some, in places where you should get some freedom, or some, it's like, look, dude, I make $12,000 a year. You know what I'm saying? I still, what I'm saying, and I barely can afford this car I have to be able to get back and forth to work just to make these $12,000 a year.
And, and
And
and the system also, they feel like they're doing right because everybody tells them just get a job and go to work, and you're doing the right thing. And they need that car to get back and forth to work, and they never have the money to pay for that insurance or for that outlight or whatever the hell.
like, dude, I just borrowed $5 to get some gas to maybe make it to work. I don't know how I'm gonna make it back. You know what I'm saying? So it's it's a catch-22 in a lot of these cases, man, because you know, if you are on the side where you can just, let's just say they do make you pay the ticket. A lot of times, like, shoot, I pay tickets just so I save myself time. I could go and fight a lot of this stuff, but a lot, and I go online, just pay it, and
Boop boop,
because
and
I
it's
know
done.
for that $100 ticket, that me going to try to fight $100 ticket when I know I can make $1,000 or $1,500 in that day. Why would I miss out on
And
1,400?
and and they know this. This is a big part of the system. That's a huge part of the system. They make it all uncomfortable and time constrained. You got to go through red tape and shit to do the right thing, but to just pay them, super easy. Just pay them and just pay us and you're done.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't want to pay us? Oh, well, you got to go over there and jump through that flaming hoop. Go
How
get a
hard is
tiger.
that, bro?
Go stick your
Like,
head in the
Taco, what you saying?
tiger's head.
What you saying, dude? Like, how hard is that?
What, to stick
How
your head in
hard
the
is that,
tiger's
man?
head?
No. See,
In a tiger's mouth?
Hold on. See, this is vague for humanity, bro. And it's like, how hard is it just to pay me for what I've already done? It's very fucking hard. I understand why people cry and shit like that, bro. But I mean, this didn't start with racism, man. This didn't start with racism.
It didn't have anything. It doesn't have anything to do with racism.
This system is just
no,
trash.
not at all. That's what I'm saying. This shit didn't start with racism, bro. This started a hell of a long time ago.
It's exploitation.
That's an aspect of being lost, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Babylon. That's why I call this. That's why. But look, you're dealing with Babylon. That's why I call this Babylon and misery. If you live in Babylon, you are living in misery. Because
I deal with it as a CDL holder. See,
Me too.
as a CDL holder, I deal with that. Like, for me being a CDL holder, there ain't no just like, if I want to get out of a ticket, like in Louisiana, I got my first ticket ever in Louisiana. Thank God I keep the prepaid legal services that go and protect my license. You know what I'm saying, for me. But at the end of the day, they called me and was like, "Oh, you got a law? Your attorney has spoken to." I'm like, "Yeah, why y'all calling me?" And they were like, "Look, can you just pay the court costs and we'll make sure this don't show up on your driving record." You know what I'm saying? And as a CDL holder, most of us just pay the ticket.
You just gonna pay it.
We gonna pay it because we don't want it, because having a good driving record is a fucking condition of getting employed by the best company out there.
So does that does that not sound like they just ripped that out your ass though? That don't feel like they just ripped that out your ass.
But listen to me. This is the way I view it. You're gonna sit there and say, "Well, I'm getting fucked over." That they're ripping it out my ass. It hurts. It sucks. Or you gonna say, "You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go and pay this $250 for this ticket. I know this load is gonna pay me at the end of the day when I send my billing in for this load. I know this load is $2,500, $3,000."
And I get it.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like doing business type of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's done in business.
They know this. They know that.
Yeah, Daryl. See, I'm a CDL. I'm a truck driver. I own my truck, so I understand fully what you're saying. It still doesn't, change the fact that they understand what dynamics we're living under, and it makes we'll almost do anything, especially as a truck driver. I mean, because they know our driving record.
What if they raise that fee to $2,000, Deuce? What if they raise it tomorrow? You gonna pay it?
Hey, you know what? You're gonna pay it, and most truck drivers will be like, "Man, look here, man. The ones that's out here being smart with their money, they're gonna either go ahead and pay it up front, and then you got the ones that are being smart with their money that's gonna say, "Man, I'll take a payment plan just because we know we getting fucked. So we want to take that fucking overtime." Like, it's just.
Well, I think at some point, I think even at some point, we have to, you know, we have to fight on principle. You know,
Yeah.
in order for some of these things to be different, at least, you know what I'm saying, more of us will have to fight it, because it in most cases it's something that we probably could fight, but just because we're like, I'm gonna miss out on more money than I'm gonna make dealing with this, them knowing that, that's why, you know, they do it the way they do it. But if we, you know, start to fight that, they'll have to find a different way, because I mean they set up traps. Like, I know you see them. They set up traps in order to try to catch. They have a whole, like,
And I
DOT
swear,
section, like,
I swear,
that's a whole set of
I
cops just
swear,
for
that's
truckers.
that's straight up extortion. Like when they be sitting up under the bridges, when you making your U-turns and stuff like that. And at the end of the day, everybody just be like, just follow the law. But that's the same thing as just keep your head down and don't, don't question nothing. Because why are they up under the bridge just looking for you to like maybe not have a seatbelt on, or maybe one of your stickers or something is not right. So they want this all super inspection on your ass when you up under the bridge, because they can see you really good. You can stop and they can see real good. They looking all in your cab and in your car and everything. And if they see something, an open container or something, boom. And it's not about like protecting anybody. This is not helping anyone. This is just making money. That's it. Period. You think that them they really care that you got your seatbelt on or something in the car, or if the your sticker or whatever the hell it is, some operation on your vehicle is not right? Do they really freaking care? Like, I understand sometimes it is about safety when it has to do with like your tires or something like that, and that's where common sense comes in, and the police do need to step in and say something, because sometimes we don't know, or maybe we are being
Or some
stupid.
people are negligent. Yeah, some
Yeah,
people
they're
are
being
being negligent.
negligent. So they need to be taken care of. But that's not what they're doing when they help under that bridge. They are extorting. And those, like you said, the speed traps, you notice how they happen in certain counties. It'd be the smaller little counties. That's a big way they build
Building
revenue
revenue.
for their county. And that's like one of their biggest ways of getting money, because you're traveling through their county. Their little county don't have shit. They don't have no Walmart. They don't have no fucking stores. They can't tax nobody hardly, because ain't nobody
Shit,
there.
they might not even have a red light.
So boom, how they get money? Boom, they get your ass because you just crossed over into their jurisdiction for a couple of miles on the freeway. So boom, they pull you over right there. Guess what? Now they want to make you come back to court. You live somewhere in fucking Tennessee, and this court is in, I don't know, Nevada, and they want you to come over there to come to court. Because that's a part of the making it uncomfortable, and also money. You're gonna go there and maybe you're gonna have to stop at their one gas station and buy a pack of gum or something.
But look, but look, you're even being exploited. What you have in the that prepaid lawyer you pay monthly for, that you may or may not use, and just because of the fact that, yeah, you travel through all these different states, and it may be some trouble for you to make it back to that state when it's time for court. So I mean, they're using all of these different things in order to uh get money out of
Make
you.
money.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's just like my uncle, man. He was one of those type of dudes that, he was in and out of prison, but then he changed his life or whatever, and while he was locked up, he done a lot of studies on them making, like, he's studying like insurance and shit, like them making you have insurance, and it's like he was saying, he was the same thing Chuck was saying. That shit is extortion. You're making me have insurance that I'll probably never use. You know what I'm saying? But then you have people in society that it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. So my uncle, he was the type of motherfucker when he was alive, he'll tell you, about once every couple of years, I'm finna get a big ass fucking insurance claim. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna get some money out of these motherfuckers. Like, for real. Like, and he would. He had his connects, and they was getting big money from the insurance company. You know what I'm saying? And it wasn't no burning up shit. It wasn't no vandalizing their shit. It was just shit that was insured that would just come up missing, and they knew exactly where it was at. But
because the whole
you know,
insurance industry is a ripoff. It's all shady and it's ran
yeah,
by criminals. The mafia started the insurance companies. I hope y'all know that shit. That's one of the ways they use their money after we was talking about Al Capone and all that shit. Those you can go back and trace the names of these insurance companies and it'll trace back to that. They started flipping that shit when they was doing the numbers, when it was like kind of like the lottery with the number run-ins and shit like that. That shit turned into the insurance
yeah,
companies. The mafia was the insurance companies. They were the ones that, okay, we protect your property. If somebody comes and fuck up your property, and fuck up your business, you're not making money, then we gonna go handle them. We gonna go bust them up, and we can guarantee you they not coming back to fuck up your shit. But guess what the mafia would do? Guess what they would do? They would send their own fucking thugs into the
Break
store
your
to
fucking
bust up the
legs.
store. To bust up the store, to damage your property, to cost you money, to disrupt your business, so you can need the mafia to not have somebody come bust up your business. Do you get it?
Yeah.
yeah,
And
exactly.
That's the
The,
beginning of
Yeah,
insurance.
if you if
the whole reason for you to start paying them a monthly stipend, yeah, they send somebody in there. I remember that they've talked about that in some of those documentaries. Like they would just
yeah,
somebody would mysteriously go in and mess the place up, and then all of a sudden there's somebody coming and offering you some insurance, to keep from that happening. And if it does happen, you'll get paid out X amount, whatever, blah blah blah. So that's
yeah, it's about educating
exploitation.
ourselves too, man. It's about educating
Exploitation.
ourselves and learning what's federal laws and what's local and state laws, because it may not be a federal law, but it may be a state law. You know what I'm saying? And it's like knowing the difference, knowing what you can and can't get away with and can't, like, some shit the cops, because the cops come up to your car and they lie. A lot of them come up to your car and they lie about, like, that's just like, for example, you know, I was on my way to work one morning. This was back when I had my own truck still. I woke up late, but I'm coming through LaPorte on 146. I already know cops hang out there. So this cop sitting on the shoulder of the road. I pass him up. I see him. He turned his headlights on. He followed me. It's 60 mile an hour. I'm doing under 60. I'm doing 55 because at the time I had these bigger wheels on my truck, so my speedometer wasn't right. So coming through there, I would do like 55. You know what I'm saying? So anyway, he follows me to the Strange Road, Sims and Strange Road exit. I get off on the exit, put my signal on to make that turn onto Sims Road. He cuts his lights on. Comes up to my truck. He's like, "Hey man, I pulled you over because you were doing 60 mile an hour. You were doing no." He said I was doing 65 in the curve. That's 40, and then I was doing 70 on 146. And I'm like, and I say, well, first of all, man, I say I'm not gonna argue with you. I say, but the speed limit in the curve is a cautionary speed limit. So why you can't, you technically, can you or can you not write me a ticket for that? Well, no, but that's a bit fast for the curve. And I say, well, all right, man. Well, look, I'm not going to argue with that. I say, but I showed it my cell phone, and I say, look, this here is State Farm DriveWise. I say, this is a tracking system that every time I get my car and I start moving, it automatically connects to my phone, and it follows me and tracks me my whole trip. It shows me my applied braking. It shows me my speed, whether I was over speeding, excessive speed, slowing down, stopping. What it shows all of this, and I say, here's my trip. Since I left my house in League City until you pulled me over, my speed has never touched over 60 miles an hour. I say, so you can write me a ticket and we can have our day in court. It's your choice. Motherfucker got mad. Have a nice day. But see, in LaPorte, they're known for fucking extorting people over there. You know what I'm saying? Especially, plant workers, the truck drivers, because a lot of them do go through their
Everybody.
speeding and shit. Yeah.
Everybody.
So they're known for fucking with people, but it's just one of those simple things. Like, we know that these cops are on the store trying to get money out of their line, ain't got shit to do. He's simply pulling me over because of my little truck. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wasn't
You
speeding. I
know,
know I
a lot
wasn't
of people
speeding, but
don't know
it's
how
just
how how could he didn't know what your speed was. You know, they need that gun, right? How you can't
yeah.
eyeball somebody's speed. You might be able to match the car. You might be able to match the car speed with your car and look at your
Well,
speedo
they
and do it like
can.
that.
They have
But they
they have a
they
way of checking how fast you're going. If you're ever traveling down a road or an interstate and you see a white line, and on the end of that white line there's a black line, they can count how many of those lines you pass within a minute to calculate your speed.
in so many
So
seconds.
they
Yeah.
can tell, yeah, so many seconds. They can tell
so
how
so
fast you're
they
going by doing that.
so they doing that while they driving. You can't tell me these damn You cannot tell me these motherfuckers is out there being able to count the squares while their cars is moving. And, no, bro, I'm sorry. No.
No, I don't know. I don't know that they're doing it while they're driving, but if they're sitting on the shoulder of the road like he
Okay.
was, they
I
can count.
oh, he wasn't moving. I thought he was. You said he
No,
followed
no,
you though.
no. He
He
fought
ended up
after I
following.
passed him. He
Yeah.
ended up following.
Oh,
After I passed him,
oh,
his headlights came on. I seen him pull out. He he sped up to catch me because they do that little bullshit where you get so far, then they'll speed up and get right behind you. You know what I'm saying? They got scanners that can read your license plates and all that shit.
yeah.
And he followed me all the way as soon as I got to the light, I'm getting ready to turn, signal on and everything. I got a cop behind me. He turns his lights on, pulls me over, literally in the middle of the fucking intersection. You know what I'm saying? But it's just, it was just as simple as him talking about trying to write me a ticket and a curve that says 40 or 45 mile an hour. That's a cautionary speed. That's not the speed limit for that curve. That sign is in yellow and it's bordered in black. That's a cautionary speed sign. You could do the road speed limit in that curve. They cannot write, but he was trying to write me a ticket, and that's why I asked him. I said, "Well, that's a cautionary speed limit. Can you or can you not write me a ticket for that?" "Well, no, I can't, but that's a little too fast for that curve." That's my judgment as a driver, whether I feel I'm going too fast for that curve. That's not for you to make that decision for me. But somebody that don't know that, he can write them a ticket for that shit.
Yeah, my ass would have
That's why
had three. My ass would have had 3, 4 tickets. Because he said you was speeding 70. He said you did over 70 when you was driving. Then you did a whole nother other thing. Yeah, he would have gave my ass about 3, 4 tickets. Because I wouldn't have known.
yeah.
I wouldn't have been able to pull up my phone and talk that shit to him. He would have gave me them fucking tickets and my ass would have been, and I would have look, let me ask y'all, because y'all might know something to help me out with this, because they're fucking me right now. I got a no insurance ticket because my insurance had lapsed and I didn't fucking know. I'm busy as fuck. And my old insurance company, because they forced me to change the insurance companies for some reason. I can't remember why, but they made me change it. But the old one, they would call me when it was time for me to pay my bill and be like, "Hey, Chaka, it's time to pay your bill." "Oh yeah, let me pay it." This company don't do that. So anyways, it had lapsed. I swear I thought I had insurance. The cop pulled me over, and I guess he pulled me over because he didn't know I have insurance and give me a ticket for no insurance. Right after that, soon after that, like maybe a week or so, I got a damn speeding ticket. And then when I went to court to deal with the insurance ticket, they said, because you got these 2 tickets right next to each other, is and one of them was no insurance, you are like subject to your license being suspended. So, and you have to maintain insurance for like 12 months or something like that and have no incidents to keep
What they do? Put you on deferred adjudication or something?
and even not having insurance is an incident, and your license is suspended. That's what they're doing to
Man,
me right now.
I don't know about that.
for I don't know about that because
It was
like I
so
say there
shady.
again,
The whole thing.
my sister got a no insurance ticket, went to court. Well, actually, she emailed and presented this to the court to the county's clerk office where the court clerks work at, and they dismissed the ticket right away. You know what I'm
What was the
saying?
what?
So I don't.
I guess my question would be, what was the time limit between you like your policy lapsed and you getting new insurance?
My policy had just lapsed like a week or maybe 2 weeks when I got the no insurance ticket.
If it's a week, you should be able to get out of it
I
after
already went to
because
court and I already
Yeah,
went to court and everything for this shit.
yeah, right, exactly.
oh
I thought he was asking Daryl.
no,
Was
I
it
was
Daryl?
asking Chaka.
No, I already went to
Well,
court
Daryl
and
asked me a
everything.
question, so
I already went to court and everything for this, and that's when they came down on me with all this shit. I was like, what the hell is this shit? Like, what the fuck? It
Yeah,
must be some kind of new
say
law.
man,
It's related to the no insurance thing. And that the reason why I brought it up
this
is
is
it's related to the criminalizing being poor, and it's related to extortion because like I say, I have to maintain insurance for 12 months and I can't get no tickets or my license is
yeah.
suspended.
Basically, what they did to you instead of suspending your license, they gave you a deferred adjudication. So basically, you're on a probation for 12 months. You got to keep insurance on your vehicle for the next 12 months, and you cannot get any speeding tickets in the state of Texas for the next 12 months. So that right there is pretty much written in stone now that you signed the paperwork on it. I don't know if you can get an attorney to overturn
Yeah,
those,
I
to
already
go
know
in
I'm
and try to
fucked. I
try to
already know
overturn
I'm
that. But
fucked. But
yeah, but the thing
why?
about it is, man, this is the thing. Like, this is something that, okay, we can't right now. Okay, we can go and try to. We have to get enough people to band together first of all, and get the attorneys and shit like that to go in and try to fight these things for us. But that's why, like, when I go to court, man, like, no bullshit. Even in Houston, I got see ticket in Houston. They sent an attorney sent me a letter straight to the house like 2 days after I got my fucking ticket. I paid that nigga that $50. Like, yeah, nigga, go represent me. You motherfucking right. And I got in there. It felt like a waste because when the DA came up, the little Chinese chick, she was like, "Oh my God, Mr. Willis, you've never had a speeding ticket. You've had your license since 2008 or something. I'm not 2008. I got my license in high school back in 06, and I got my CDL in 07. So she was like, you haven't had a ticket since you've had your license. I'm like, no, ma'am, I haven't. So they dismissed it. So the lawyer didn't really do shit. But you know what I'm
Well,
saying? It's
that's
just
not
one of them
necessarily
things.
true. That's not necessarily true. He might have spoke up on you because they do a lot of talking behind behind closed doors. They know a
Yeah,
lot,
I know. I
know
get
each
what you're
other.
saying, but I felt
So
like he didn't do anything because I'm like, damn, I went up there to talk to the DA myself, and I had, now maybe they talked when I was nowhere, when they were on my site or something. But,
You
I,
could
I just felt like that. But what
and
I'm saying I felt like that. But what I'm saying is that when you went, I don't know your situation at the time, but when you got tickets, if like if they send you those little letters, man, like it's like $50. Man, always go in there, especially when you dealing with something like that. Or when
I
you went to court, you should have had at least had the supporting documents say, okay, Your Honor, I received the no insurance ticket. I have insurance coverage on my car now, and that's as simple as bringing
that's
your
I did
insurance
that.
ID card.
I did that. I be on my shit, bro. That's why I don't really like what you said about the lawyers, and what Pat is saying is right, that they do know each other and they be making phone calls. So you don't, just because you didn't see them do work doesn't mean they do work. But at the same time, a lot of times they don't do a goddamn thing for you. They just collecting your fucking check. And And the thing about lawyers is all of that shit you could do yourself. The whole thing, you could do all of that shit yourself. Most of us just don't want to take the time. I've fought them hoes on this, that, and the other, and because I had my paperwork together, yes, they fucking dismissed it or whatever. I didn't have no lawyer, but I had my shit together because it's all about the paperwork. You know, you got the paperwork in order. That's it. The judge don't give a fuck. That paperwork is in order. He don't care if a lawyer put it
You know why I hate
together.
you, bro? Hey, Shaka, you know why I hate you, bro? I hate you because you do shit like that. You do shit
I really
like that.
do. I really do. I am not kidding.
I know it. I know it. I know it.
Hey.
This is the problem, bro. This is a problem. Before anything else fucking begins, this is the fucking problem. That shit is not appreciated. That's why I hate you. They don't fucking get it. Dude, call it whatever you fucking want.
But look, this is what
But
the
you
point I want to make.
you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, I do. Look, this is what the point I want to make, though. Why the harsh? This is what y'all haven't mentioned. Why the harsh reaction to me just not having car insurance? Now they want to take my whole damn license. That was the first time I got a no license ticket in forever, bro. I can't remember. It's been years and years since I got a no license ticket.
Insurance.
No insurance ticket. So what the fuck?
Extortion,
Yeah.
exploitation.
They changed the law or something. They made it more stringent recently. So, but you know, yeah, extortion. What the fuck?
I don't know, man. That's just like doing that hard freeze, right? Doing that hard freeze that we had back in February. You know, I had not too long ago started over here, and I was working. Well, my manager was like, "Hey, man, you know, you can stay and make some extra money." But all right, cool. So we had a nitrogen pipeline to burst. You know, which we pipeline nitrogen to all of the chemical plants right there in Deer Park and LaPorte, Pasadena, and all that shit. So, you know, I'm there helping do whatever, basically like sitting around. So I get to my apartment complex where we live at. There's absolutely no parking. I finally make it home, going around the bridges and ice roads and shit. Finally make it to the crib. There's no parking. So I park, and I know the reason why there's no parking, because the side of League City that I live on, we live right behind the police station, the main fire department, and the main EMS department, and then we got UTMB hospital right there. So we're on their power grid, so we never lost power. So everybody, pretty much, their family members that lost power, they had them come over to the apartment, I'm pretty sure. So anyway, there's no parking. I park in a handicap. I get up the next morning. The police officer that lives in my apartment, who's the courtesy officer, is literally, he works for League City PD. He's writing me a ticket for parking in the handicap. I'm like, say, man, I'm moving my car. I'm like, I got here, there was no parking. You know the situation. It's a hard freeze. We didn't lose fire. There's no parking. This is the only parking space. I pretty much had been at work for like 48 hours. No sleep. We're up. Like, we're at the plant. Anybody that know how the chemical plants run, when you have a natural disaster like that, they're keeping everybody there. There's food. There's everything. I'm like, man, you know, this is my situation. He's like, well, I got to write you the ticket. You know, I'm like, all right, man, whatever, cool. So I go to court, you know, and I'm like, look, this is the situation or whatever. And they're like, well, we'll let you talk to the magistrate, which is the judge. Talk to the judge. He tells me, and there's another guy in there, same situation. He tells me and this dude, like, hey, man, there's nothing I can do. They've come down on that so hard. It's a federal thing because people were abusing parking and handicap. So you pretty much got to pay the ticket. There's no way around it. So I'm like, all right, well, how much is the ticket? Ticket's $607. So I pay the fucking ticket. Then this motherfucker proceeds to tell me, after I pay the $607, proceeds to tell me that I am on a 90-day deferred adjudication. I can't get any parking violations in the state of Texas for 90 days. If not, they can revoke my deferred adjudication, not refund me my money, but then bring me up on other criminal, like I forget what the criminal charge for that is, and I could face up to 180 days in jail. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? You know what I'm saying? And then, like I told the judge, I say, well, that's not fair. I say, because every vehicle that I own is in my name, and I work 6-7 days a week. My wife, what if my wife gets a fucking handicap parking violation and that shit's in my name? I'm not the one that did it. You know, he's like, well, we'd have to cross that bridge once we got there, but still, nigga, I didn't write you out no check. You know what I'm saying? I gave you cold hard. I literally, like, I don't even know why I had the money in because of freeze, we had pulled money out of the bank just in case. You know what I'm saying? So I had extra money. I had and I just pulled the money out, counted the money out, and paid the clerk. And these motherfuckers still put me on a deferred adjudication. You know what I'm saying?
It was because
but
when you pay, your payment was you accepting guilt. You accepted the guilt and you pled guilty for that charge, and you just paid. And so that's what it is. So the next, whatever it is, next step in this process just automatically kicks in.
Was the cop even in court?
No, the cop,
See,
the cop,
no,
he wasn't even at the court.
See, I would have went against it. I would have objected to every damn thing and told no. I'm not guilty.
I want a jury. I want a jury of my peers in here. Nigga.
I don't know if I would go that far, but I mean, you know, a lot of times we got to really kind of pay attention to what's going on, because even if the cop is there, it's like, they still need to, they have to prove their side. And how can they prove something that my car been gone for all this time? Do y'all have pictures of me, my car, license plate and everything in a handicap to show proof that? Because I don't recall ever parking in no handicap parking spot.
Because look, Pat, you hit the nail on the head. Because see, look, we said at the beginning that this country was built on criminals. So the whole thing, the reason why the law has these languages that you can't understand and so forth and so on, is because it's for use for the criminals. So, and guess what? Guess who knows the law better than any motherfucking body?
Criminals.
I have cousins that have been locked up, and these dudes know the law like a motherfucker, bro. They will state the penal code line FBC 1-3 shit. Nigga,
and
they
I'm
know.
an ex-criminal myself.
Hey, well,
so.
I gotta ask, how did they get locked up if they know it so well?
Just because they got caught, bro. That's another thing that people don't understand. People that go to jail are not dumb. They're not stupid. You got all different kinds of people in jail. They just got caught. That's the only thing that's in common with them. You even got innocent people in jail.
And sometimes even with a great defense, you still can end up in jail. Like, I mean, a lot of times they make up, like they have, already intentions on what's going to happen to you before you get there.
And we was just talking about insurance and tickets and shit. You can end up in there with that shit. And then catch another case just because you just had a civil case on some tickets. You get your case in there because somebody wouldn't let you sleep on the pillow they wanted the blanket. They wouldn't let, it was cold. They wanted to beat you up to take your blanket, and you was like, nah, I'm not feeling that. Now you didn't call another case and just, you know what I mean? I mean,
that shit is crazy, bro. I worked down there right after high school. I worked at Darrington unit, bro, and just to see the way that they treated them dudes, bro, I vowed, like, I took their little oath or whatever, like, coming into the shit, but, like, man, when I seen the way they really treat, like, bro, I was like, nah, I am not on no police shit, dude. Like, say, man, we good. You know what I'm saying? Like, I treat some dudes with respect, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was just, like, I have inmates that from working down there, I have them, I'll be in the store or something like that, man, they'll walk up on me, what's up, Willis? Goddamn, Willis, what's up, man? You know, like, literally, and like, man, dog, man, you treated me fair enough, bro. You man, you good people, man. You know, I just couldn't do it, bro. Like I really could. Like you, cause like I worked ad sec, which is administration segregation. You know, that's for like your security threats or whatever, like gang members and people that's locked up for protection and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But man, and so like when we take these dudes out of their shower because they're locked up 23 hours a day, when we take them out their cells for shower, we're supposed to go in their cell and basically shake their house down. And you had some officers that would go in there, bro, and literally ransack these dudes' shit, man. Like throw their shit all over the place. You know what I'm saying? They have their beds neatly made up, man. They unmake their beds, throw their sheets all over, like literally just throw their shit everywhere, bro. And I always said to myself, I couldn't do this shit, bro, because these you do somebody that's already confined to a little bitty ass cell like that, bro. You best believe, bro, when something pop off or ride pop off, they finna
They,
get your ass. You gonna
yeah,
be
they
the
gonna
first
remember.
motherfucker.
They gonna remember that
Yeah,
shit.
like man, I couldn't do that shit, bro. Like I tell them, I'll be like, look, man, they want me to. Hey, you know what time it is. We gotta shake down. Whatever the fuck you got in here, put that shit up. I'm
You a
just
good
doing. I
dude.
go in that motherfucker. Yeah, like put that shit up. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? And I had one dude come up to me, one inmate, like, say, man, you told motherfuckers to put that shit up. Talking about how you don't know them motherfuckers ain't planning to shank you. I'm like, hey man, that's just a chance I take. But they was like, nah, you ain't got to worry about nothing here with it. You cool with
that
the racists, you cool with everybody else. We
yeah,
ain't
you
gonna fuck with you.
see, look, Deuce, you learned that from the streets though. That's the reason why
Yeah,
you learned that from the streets. There's street codes that you follow, and really you could go to any country in the world, and if you follow them street codes, they're gonna still be the same everywhere. But hey, Deuce, tell us something like a story, something interesting that happened when you was a CO.
man. Shit, man. Working at Darrington, it was something interesting every day. Uh, the craziest thing that I had happened to me that I'm now able to talk about that shit, but man, I was working the chain line, and this dude he was just coming through on chain, and they was transporting him up the hall to wherever they release him from, and dude was just having a bad day and flooded out his cell because that's what they do when they trying to get out of their cell or whatever. They'll flood that bitch out. Hey, my cell flooding, so now you got to come take them out. Well, at this particular time, we couldn't do it right away because we had inmates that was PC inmates, protective custody, that we had to get out of that area into lockdown so nobody could get to him. And so he wasn't getting attention, he getting paid attention to, man, and he tied a sheet around that lockbox, bro, and them state issue shoes that he had on with the flat bottoms, no grips really. Shit, man, he slipped off that bunk, man, and it's an eerie feeling, bro. I didn't know your neck had a bone in it, but I heard that nigga neck snap, and I was like, oh my god, dog.
So he
You talking about
fell.
something that sent chill? Yeah, he slipped off. Something
Well,
that
he was
sent chills
standing on
down
the
your body, dude.
he
He
was
was
standing
standing on
on
the
the
edge
bunk.
of the bunk with the sheet on the bunk, on the edge of the bunk with the sheet around the lockbox. And he gonna hang himself. Cause when they do that, you gotta immediately stop what you're doing. You feel me? And go attend to this inmate because you can go to jail as an officer. You can be in trouble for that shit. So we go down there as we're running down there to his cell, man. All of a sudden we hear like a loud thud, and it sounded like his neck break or some shit. Shit fucked me up, bro.
That's what I be talking about is trauma. We talked about it a bit in the other video. Me and you when we was talking about like Faces of Death and shit that I used to watch when I was younger. I was a teenager. But now that I'm older and I've been through real trauma, I really don't care for it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Keep
and
it.
cause so I know what you mean by that chill or the feeling that you had. And then it's always the sounds. Whenever something traumatic happens like that, it'll be the little details that stay in your mind forever. It'll be a smell, a taste in your mouth, or like a sound. and you just like hear that shit over and over and over forever. Like it could be 50 years past and you can still hear that sound or that smell or that taste like really, really clearly.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that shit was nuts, man. Yeah. Yeah, that shit was fucking ridiculous, dude. Like I was like, what the fuck, yeah. I would never work that job, bro. Like damn it, yeah, you don't get paid shit to work there.
What else?
That's why I was saying. I was trying to say a minute ago. So you're a good dude because I don't want to go to jail for no reason. I don't care if it's to be an
For
inmate
work or
or
either way, I'm behind these bars.
Either way, I'm not. Look, I'm not going. My cousin was locked up, and when he was getting released, I was like, I'll see him when he get to the house. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not going up there. I don't like the idea of it. You know, I went to a prison as a kid in middle school. They took us on a field trip to a prison up in Barnado, Louisiana, and you know, and this wasn't even like like one of the worst prisons in Louisiana. It's you know, any prison I think is a bad place, but like,
Louisiana got extra bad prisons. Go ahead.
well, yeah, well, this was Varnado, Louisiana, and man, it's just the feeling of it, like just walking through it, just the, I don't know if it's spirits or whatever that's there, but the eerie feeling of just being there, I'm just like, I wish I would have just stayed at home or didn't go to school that day. So I don't want nothing to do with it. I give him his props for doing it because he a different type of dude. I don't want to be in there for nothing.
What you got to say, Curtis? Are you in prison right now? You look like you're in prison with that bandana on and that hair. You look just like them niggas. Just like them. So you in solitary confinement right now. It ain't nobody in your house with you, huh? It's him and his cat. You and Lana. I think they let prisoners have cats too.
Yeah.
Good shit, dude.
That's fucked
Good
up.
shit.
Hey, Deuce, tell us another story, bro. Deuce, tell us another story, bro. Tell us something else, like the CO stuff. That shit is interesting. I don't want to hear no gory story. Go ahead.
I mean, see, the one thing that you will find is that the COs, man, you have to put more trust in the inmates than you can trust your fellow COs.
What?
Like no bullshit, bro. Hell yeah, dog. Because the COs and that motherfucker, they dirty in the bitch. They could be getting paid by the inmates, all kind of shit. And you got a lot of bitches in there at the men unit that be fucking the inmates. Oh yeah. Say man, what we have out here, they have in there. Prison the world within itself.
All right, you saying females that's having sex with the inmates?
Hell yeah.
Okay.
All day long. And if you get caught having sex with an inmate, that's a free world. That's a as a guard, even though it's consensual, if you get caught, they charge you with rape because they're saying that inmate. I don't know if it's rape. I forget what the charge is, but they're saying that they're basically taking that inmate against his free will because he's locked up.
Well, they while you're in jail, you're a ward of the state, and the ward of the state is usually the semblance of a minor. So they can put it on you as rape. I don't know if they would call it statutory, but yeah, that's pretty much on the same lines of what they do.
Yeah, because I own you. I own you. That's my property. You can't have sex with my property without my permission. And I don't allow motherfuckers to have sex with my property. So my property can't have sex with nobody.
I say more power to them female inmates that's having sex with the guards. So them dudes is
Hey man, but I'ma tell you, bro, working at the prison was some of the best haircuts I ever got, the best thought down uniforms I ever got. Oh yeah, them boys are talented, man.
Yeah,
Like for
tell
real,
us.
I got.
I know they be making
Hey,
like tattoo guns and shit. What kind of shit have you seen like that they made was real creative, like some wine out of
say dog,
oranges or
these
something
these
like that?
niggas, these niggas will take. You know those little plastic bowls that we buy to, like if we gonna cook gumbo at the house or some shit like that. Like these niggas take little plastic bowls like that and take a magnet and some wire and turn that bitch into a full blown fucking speaker, nigga. Turn that so on
Damn.
Sunday nights and Friday nights when you know what I'm saying, you know how they used to play the shit on 97.9 on Sunday night and on Friday night? Yeah. these niggas DNA cells jamming like a motherfucker, man.
How the hell they get the reception of the radio?
Oh, they got radios. Oh, hey, in prison, radios and coffee is a big commodity, nigga. Yeah, hey, coffee, let's say coffee, them soup, them little noodles and shit. That's a hot commodity, nigga. You get killed over that shit. Pour a nigga a bag of coffee and see one he shank your ass and you don't pay up. Coffee is a hot commodity in that bitch.
Man.
Yeah. Man, I've seen them niggas make some burritos that you couldn't even think about eating, man. But that shit could be good to the motherfucker. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, one of my
That
friends
motherfucking
was talking about.
roast beef in a can and shit.
Look, a friend of mine was telling me how when he was locked up, he of course they make the noodles or whatever, but in order to put meat in it, like they would take pork rinds not necessarily. I guess you could do cracklings, but the pork skin and put
Yeah.
in the damn noodles, and where it's like I guess supposed to turn into some kind of meat or whatever. So they get creative,
Yeah. Yeah,
making
well, the Mexicans
grilled
do that too.
cheese.
Have you ever had what they call a chicharron taco? It ain't nothing but pork skin that they take and they put in like a green or red salsa and smother it down and make tacos out of it. But in prison they got summer sausage they sell in commissary. They got the roast beef in the pack, tuna, all that shit.
Let me change the subject a bit. Y'all know about the it's been recent shootings, right? It's been one in like Alabama, one in Texas, somewhere else. And I posted on my
Yeah.
Instagram. I was like, people kill people. Hello? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, we hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So,
hear you, bro.
anyways,
I'm
what I'm
sorry.
saying
They
is,
got these speakers loud as fuck.
it's the gun debate. While I figure my mic out, y'all tell me what you think about that. Then more guns, mass stabbings in the UK, mass shootings over here. More, but they're gonna take your guns away. Biden is coming to take your guns away. So go buy a whole bunch of more guns. And they say that every political cycle, and then they just sell them more guns and bullets. What y'all think
Well, you
about
know
that?
what? You know what? I actually had that revelation like this week. It's like, you know what? This whole thing they keep talking about taking guns, like that's one of the top issue, like with our constitution, like the rights to bear arms. So I think a lot of times just to get a reaction out of people, and at the same time you know, they are able to influence people to be,
Pat,
you know,
Pat,
to go
see,
buy more.
Pat, that's the thing. Why are you even like? You can believe in what you want to believe, but like, I don't need a reaction out of people, man. You
No,
know,
you
it's like,
don't.
it's like
No, you don't need a
no,
reaction out of
no.
people. But
You
yeah, yeah,
understand?
yeah, yeah.
Like, people are smart enough to understand what is what it's not. I can't give that
Maybe
caliber.
not. Maybe not. I mean, everybody's not as
And
smart as
Sokka,
you.
what did I tell you? What did I tell you? I have to be over here just to make sure that the other fucking side is okay.
What do you mean, Curtis? Do you mean it's okay
I
for people
know.
to have guns and shoot people, or what are you thinking? Like that everybody needs to have guns so they can the good guy with the gun, the only good bad guy with a gun
Good guys
stops out a
finish
good guy with a
last.
gun.
First and foremost, good guys finish last. Secondly, I mean, dude. First, oh my god, dude, I need to be getting paid for this shit.
Don't be so emotional.
Yeah. What are you saying,
Leave me
Curtis?
alone, Pat. Leave me alone, bro. No, no. But
what do you?
anyways, no, dude,
How
what
how
I'm
does this
saying
make you feel?
is,
How does this make you feel?
Oh, be careful. We streaming
thank you,
live.
sir. I am a week out. I'm a week out. So, hold on, wait. I gotta mute it.
He doing something. Hey, Deuce, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
What do you think about the gun debate? Right, the good guy with the gun takes down the bad guy with the gun, or do we need to limit our guns? Or here's the kicker: every election cycle, they say Biden or whoever the hell, the Democrats are coming for your guns. So guess what? The gun stores sell more and more guns. Niggas got so many guns and bullets stacked up, and every season it's kind of like the new iPhone. Everybody got to go buy some more bullets and go buy a new gun, because guess what? I gotta have plenty of guns, because when they try to come take my guns, I'm finna unload. You're not taking my gun over my dead body. Peel it from my cold dead hands.
I think it's a hoax, man.
Can y'all hear me, bro?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, you got you.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. No, man. That shit's stupid. I think there is a part of the government that's trying to unarm us, if you will. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, it could also, like you say, very well be a ploy. You know what I'm saying, for gun manufacturers and and gun stores to sell more guns. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying? But it probably very well may just be exactly what it is, and we're looking into it as another, government trying to once again control us and take shit away from us or whatever.
Well, look, y'all got to think about this. The NRA is like one of the biggest contributors to both sides of the fence. You know what I'm saying? So the whole idea that they are lobbying for gun rights and this, that, and the other, like it would be like the the biggest con for them to spend so much money into the government and them not receive what they actually looking to obtain through it. So the NRA, gun owners, period, like, because the NRA is made up of people, and as far as them contributing all this money for the government to, and at the same time, take away the rights that they've been fighting for, right? It just really doesn't add up. So that's why I say, it's all a hoax. It's all to get us geared up and get all excited about. Oh, like it takes different, positions, because depending on what side you stand on, some people are actually like, yeah, take the guns away, take the guns away. But then, that's just the talk side. But for that's people who actually movers and shakers, like okay, either they're gonna stand up and fight for so the policies don't get changed, and then also for gun gun distributors and sellers, they're just sitting back like, okay, yep, that'll be 450, yeah, that'll be 600. Like they're steadily taking in more money because they're making new guns every year. They're enhancing them. They're doing different things, so they have to have a reason to get people into the stores, because if there's nothing that's actually pushing them, if they feel like they're totally safe and they don't really need a gun, then there's no reason
Pat,
for
we'll never
the gun
have
sales
that,
to go
bro.
up.
But
Dude, we'll
because
never
wait.
Pat,
But because look, wait, Curtis, look. Everybody like to back up what Pat is saying. Everybody already got. Listen,
I'm not against what Pat is saying.
no, wait,
I'm
listen,
totally with what Pat is saying, but we'll
listen,
never have that.
listen. What I'm saying is, everybody already got a gun, right? Almost every motherfucking
Right.
body got a gun. Maybe 2 guns or 3. Everybody got a gun. You don't need a new gun every fucking season.
No. I understand what. Fuck.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. Say your piece, man.
Go ahead. that I just had to say that. Cause they have to give you a reason to buy a new gun every season, just like the new iPhone. You need the new iPhone, and you also need a new gun.
Bro.
And you need the extra clip. You need that tent that goes outside if it's a.
Hey, I told you the banana clip story, didn't I?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Like I said, I'm agreeing with the shit. I agree with it. But the fact, fuck.
And
Man,
Deuce,
forget my thought.
wait, Deuce, you there? In the UK, they don't have mass shootings. They have mass stabbings, bro. They don't have mass shootings in the UK, bro. It don't happen.
I think I'd rather get shot than stabbed. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, but like I say, you can't run from no chopper. Some nigga pull out a big machete blade. It's gonna scare the shit out of you. But while you peeing, you gonna be running.
You got a point there.
You can't run from that chopper. You can't duck it, and you can have a gun. That's the thing, right? Y'all remember? It was the Wayans brothers. It was the Wayans brothers in the movie, and that like one guy pulls out a gun, the other guy pulls out a bigger gun, and then the other guy has like a missile launcher in the back of his damn
I'm gonna
truck.
get you, sucker.
Yeah, and he's like, "Do we have a problem?"
No, no, that was Don't Be a Menace in the Hood while drinking.
Oh no, that yeah.
But it was making fun of the original movie, is what Curtis was saying. And so, but so the next nigga might have a bigger gun, is what my point is. You got a little 38, this nigga pulls out a fucking whatever. And then that nigga pulls out whatever, and then some other nigga pull out whatever. You got another nigga got a fucking grenade launcher. Some other nigga got a fucking tank. I bet you it's niggas with tanks. If I had enough money, I would buy a tank. So that's why I know somebody out there.
Jay-Z got one. Jay-Z got one.
So the streets get hot, nigga. I'm hopping in my tank, nigga. What?
Yeah, and it's not like the regular tank you see in the army. He got like it's a Jeep that's built up, like it's not even the Hummer, but it's like a big Jeep that's been reinforced where you can't really like it was bulletproof.
So if Jay-Z got a tank, how many other niggas in the hood got a tank? Mafia niggas, the cartel. We was talking about the cartel. How many of them niggas?
Shoot, just think about BMF. The Black Mafia family. They had limos that was set up in ways that
A lot of people don't know that.
wouldn't believe. Yeah.
And that's what Jeezy was talking about in them songs in his first 2 albums. And I didn't know what he was talking about until years later when it was really when the BMF family, when they got busted up and when they went to jail, and then all the story came out, and then I was like, whoa. And now a lot of shit was making sense. That shit was connected.
BMF?
Right? That's a whole story. And it was connected between Atlanta and Houston. And also a lot of the Houston rappers and Atlanta rappers was tied up in that shit.
Well, no, it's further than that because it was from California, St. Louis, Dallas, Houston, Atlanta, New York. Like, I mean, they were all over the country. But I think California, St. Louis, Atlanta were the main hubs for them.
So and them niggas was ahead of the game. You know, let me give you a tidbit. I don't know if you know this about the story, but one of the limos was confiscated by the police, and it was held in the impound or whatever for a long ass time. They searched the shit out of it because they know about how they had their shit, right?
Yeah.
And with all the little tricks and shit. So they searched it, and it sat there for I think a few years, and then it went to auction. This white dude bought it. He must have knew something. He bought that it was a limo, and fucking he popped it, and it was like $1 million or $2 million in cash in that hoe.
Yeah.
He figured out whatever the cops had missed, you know, because them niggas was so high tech. So this one, even the cops,
it was a combination.
Yeah,
it was a combination way to get it, like turn the AC to defrost,
right,
and to a certain temperature.
Right. I know about that. Turn your hazard lights on and hit the gas pedal 2 times, shit like that. So, but no, the cops knew about all that. That's what I'm saying. But they couldn't get into this one. They thought it was clean. They thought it wasn't nothing in it. They sold it to this dude, and he somehow got into it. Yeah. I think he had to dig it apart. It wasn't like one of the trick openings that you're talking about. I think he had to use
Cut
like a blowtorch, and he must have knew. He must have knew about it.
Yeah. Man. So hopefully he came out in profit because he still had to tear the damn car up to get the $1 million or whatever.
I think he paid only a little bit for the car. It was in auction.
50,000, 25,000, something like that.
Yeah, you know he made a profit.
Yeah. He made a big profit.
Yeah. So I really wanted to ask Dusko, what did he think about that?
You say ask me about what?
The gun.
Oh yeah, the gun debate, bro. I didn't get to hear your comment on the gun debate.
Oh no, man, I just
and the UK, they don't have guns, and you only gonna get stabbed.
Yeah. No, I mean, to me, all that shit is stupid. You know, I don't agree. I don't agree with them trying to take away our guns, trying to disarm us. I don't agree with that shit whatsoever because a criminal don't give a fuck about a gun law not being in place. A criminal don't give a fuck that you can't have a gun. You know what I'm saying? Those felons walk around with guns all day long. You know what I'm saying? So it's like taking away our guns, you know, and disarming us, you know, the right to protect. But then again, like you know, like we were talking about earlier, it could be a way to, you know, for gun manufacturers to sell more guns. You start saying this shit, people start panicking, start buying more guns, start buying more bullets. You know, I mean, I don't see how they're gonna disarm us when the NRA is heavily into government. Like, I mean, just think about it. You know what I'm saying?
What?
Like the NRA put a lot of money into our government. So
I don't see how they could disarm the people without it being a war.
Yeah.
Like
cold dead hands, and niggas is not playing about that. So yeah, America America, it will be difficult because it's intertwined into our fabric. So, but that's why we have these conversations, and that's why I brought this up. Is because we need to start unraveling this way of thinking, I think, and start moving into the future. Because do we really want all the countries to have nuclear weapons? That's the equivalent.
But that's one thing that we can't change. I mean, regardless if they make a law against it, what stops them from? I mean, because yeah, here you go. Here's all our weapons, and it's like, yeah, I'm gonna keep this one just in case. I mean, that's something that we're
Well,
not.
well, look, let me tell y'all, because see, America, that's the way America moves, but that doesn't mean that's how everybody else moves, and that doesn't mean how the future of the world is going to move. Like, when soon as they tell a country to, like, yeah, don't do, especially if we beefing with them, and then they take away their nuclear capabilities, that's when we go and take them out. That's what happened with Gaddafi. So
That's why that never happened. That's
so on
why.
the national stage, I get it. But what I want y'all to understand is that you can do it. You can hold each other accountable for to not have nuclear weapons. That especially, they're trying to do that. The United States is one of the ones that's haven't given everybody a problem. We part of the reason why the other and they're building up their nuclear things right now, and it's a lot of it is because of us. And like I say, we just want to make money because we are arms dealers. We are arms dealers and we are money launderers. So all of that
Mercenaries.
works. So, but look,
Mercenaries.
yeah, private contractors. That's the United States, and so that's
Mercenaries.
what we
Yeah.
that, that's what we do. So look though, so it benefits us for this to have nuclear people with nuclear. We don't want a nuclear war. No, we don't want that. We just want the threat of it so that people can buy more guns. But look, the world, as in a small community and as in a global community, can put pressure on each other to say, boom, we don't want nuclear weapons. We don't want niggas to have no kind of weapons like that to hurt people like that. Period. And look, what you do is y'all said that the criminals are gonna just have the weapons. No, no, not if you have it so words. Nobody has those kinds of weapons. If they're banned, they're banned. If nuclear weapons are banned, nobody can have them. So if they're moved from, they're gonna have to keep them holes away because once they're seen, they're gonna be taken. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna get in trouble for it. If you move from them from state to state, you're gonna get in trouble. If you move it from one country to another country, you're gonna get in trouble. And that again goes in with what I was saying about the freaking money. The human trafficking, the drug trafficking, that goes along with gun trafficking. You think all the stuff that's worth a lot is what's moved through these corridors. When they talk about trafficking, that's just a way to move a product from one place to another. And if you have a bunch of money, if you are the one that's in charge of some important as, let's just say coke, some kind of drugs, is worth $1 billion, and you are responsible for making sure that it gets from point A to point B without no problems, guess what? You want a fee for that. So you getting paid. And it's a constant barrage of shit coming through here. It's not just drugs, it's guns, it's people, it's whatever the hell somebody wants to move and it's illegal, or maybe they just don't want people to know about it. That's what is happening.
I,
You know what
I
I'm saying?
Yeah, and I mean, I totally get it, but we got to think of under what conditions is something like that plausible, because you know the current state. If you just think about how each country looks, if we're the main problem, we have to look at the fact of how those problems going to be fixed. We you know we pretty much have to have these. They don't trust our government. Our government had to be totally shut down, totally a different government with a totally different outlook before any of that happened for the rest of the world to say, "Oh, well, this is not our enemy or imminent danger from these people anymore because of this. So I mean, in order for us, I mean, and shit, we're not the only ones that's we can just say are, you know, the only problem in the world, because I mean, we didn't start all of this. You know, we end up being, you know, yeah, the I guess mercenaries, if you want to call it, but the, you know, shit, war for hire. Yeah, America for the most part go anywhere and have a war, but really, who was paying America to go into these wars or to get there's other people, you know, people who don't have guns in their country promotes us having guns in our country because of what's going on.
But at some point we got to accept some personal responsibility and start unraveling whether it was programming or whether it's us. Either way, we have to at some point accept the personal responsibility for what our
Well,
actions bring to the table
I get it.
and start making adjustments because the Wild Wild West, they didn't they like to glamorize the Wild Wild West in Hollywood movies, in countries and westerns that we watch, but none of us would have liked to live during those times. It would have
Well,
sucked ass.
Well, honestly, it may not have been as bad then as it is now, because I mean the whole idea was, you know, okay, yeah, you know you had a gun with you everywhere you go, whatever. I'm that now, you know what I'm saying, you know,
Well,
and
I
you know,
agree.
semi-automatic. It's probably worse now than the Wild Wild West
In
time
some
era or
ways,
whatever
in some ways,
in
but
some ways, but you got to think about it. We're at a point where, okay, shoot, Americans don't trust Americans. You know what I'm saying? We have to be in a totally different mind state before it's even possible. Like even with the fact, okay, you know, there's no imminent danger, you know, that we will be living in. Let's just say we get to this utopian state, but it'll still for a long time be in the back of our minds that, you know, we know where we came from. You know, I don't want to be a sitting duck. You know what I'm
And I
saying?
can't help but to bring back to the point that shady people are the ones that cause that, right? The one like most people don't rob people's houses, right? But
Yeah,
there are people out there that do that. So that because it's a few people out there that rob people's houses, then we all have to get security systems.
because we don't know if it's gonna be us next.
Right. So but I want to bring it back to oh man, I lost it. I lost it. His screen started swirling and my brain started swirling at the same time. Fucking
I see the swirl right there on your forehead.
my brain is going loading, buffering. Uh uh the guns, unraveling the system, personal responsibility.
It could happen. You know, I'm very hopeful that we could live in the, you know, our, you know, even if it's our grandkids, great grandkids that can at least at some point get to that point. But you know, it's not something that's gonna happen overnight. Just being like, you know, okay, all right, everybody, we've decided this is gonna be the. It's like, no, it's just not gonna happen like that.
I agree. That's why we need to start having the conversation. I had a fucking point because it damn it, I lost it. The damn guns. Like I say, it doesn't stop. It goes all the way to nuclear weapons. Oh, the problem child is the one who causes everyone else to want to have the damn guns. And in on the world stage, it's like that's us. And it's just because we got this attitude that somebody's gonna come and get something from us. Oh yeah, like that's my point, because like the person who lies all the time is the one who's always calling somebody a liar. The person who cheats is always the one who's calling somebody else a cheater.
Yeah.
So, and then on the world stage, the United States, want to point fingers, but we won't accept our personal responsibility on how we causing this chaos around the world. And if we could get to the point as citizens to not want to be in the wild wild west, then that would correlate to the United States on the world stage, not wanting to have nuclear weapons. And if we can all just play fair and just say, can we just put the guns down? Can we just put the nuclear
Well,
weapons down?
well, it'll have to start with the big shit first, because for one, like, it's got to start from the top. All of these countries that do have nuclear, they have to get to a level where, like, I mean, that's a bigger danger than pistols, and or rifles or whatever. Those are big, because I mean, one of those can destroy an entire country, destabilize it to the point of no return. So, that type of stuff has to happen on a higher level before even trying to talk about,
But
me.
my point is the macro versus the micro. I think it would have to happen on the smaller level before it can really happen on the upper level.
But see, that's the thing. I mean, the average person, then especially if we're talking about Americans, shoot, I speak personally. I don't trust none of them. I don't trust our own government from trying to, overtake us as a people. You know what I'm
And,
saying?
and us
If
as a community, that
our police
energy
forces,
that energy goes up into our government,
no,
and our
it trickles
government
down.
gonna
That type,
feel the
that
same way.
us feeling the way we feel is because of that trickle down thing coming from our government. Our police forces, they steadily getting more and more funding to, get
Right.
equipment that nobody else has, and as if, we're the ones that's got bodysuits, and we got all these different gear. They are still more geared than we are, and if we decide to say, give them the benefit of the doubt when they're the ones that's causing more havoc than anybody, or the potential to, if they're following along with any kind of agenda that the government, the higher governments, whether it's, from state to federal, city, state, federal, you know, we could fall subject way quicker than we know. And everything we know of as life, I mean, I just feel like it'll have to come from the higher ups first for them to be at least put themselves on the same level as us on guns. They need to get rid of their shit before we get rid of ours.
And I think the argument is the chicken and the egg and perspective. So, because we both could be right and we both could be wrong.
Yeah, and like, that's just from my point of view. I mean, that's just how I see it, because the people are not the ones that's you know in group. Like, these are gangs. We talking about a police forces. We can totally look at them as the most organized gangs that they are.
That's what I call them. I call them because that's what they are. You have to see them as that because they're just another gang, just like the LA, and it be gang wars. And there are even gangs within gangs, like, because that's what people don't understand, because there's like different parts of the Crips or different parts of the Bloods. And sometimes they fight against each other. And it's like that with the police. The
Well,
police mostly look out for ech other, but within them police, they yeah,
well,
they
maybe,
gang up.
maybe to a certain extent. But just think about it. I mean, if something break out, and
If it's outsider, if it's civilian, yeah, it's civilian versus police officer. They all on the same gang when it comes to that.
yeah, because I mean, they're calling in people from different counties or parishes,
Yeah,
to come in,
they looking at
and
that badge. They looking at
yeah,
that badge.
so
But
they
but but within, I'm saying within the community of police, they have gangs and they have wars too within the gang within the gang.
I don't know so much about that. I mean, as far as I know, the blue code goes deeper than anything else. Yeah, they might have little spats just like us on the outside. We have our little spats and we move on, we go on. Yeah, that happens. That's human. That's a human condition. But at the same time, as a people, we can't just call up on a radio or whatever and get us a whole new crew of people to help defend whatever it
With
is that we're.
bullets
Yeah, that's
and
gonna come.
tanks.
Yeah, I mean, these are people already programmed
That's the
to.
state. That's the
Yeah,
power of the state.
they're already programmed to fuck up
You
whatever.
got zombie robots on their way with bullets and shit, willing to follow orders.
Oh, my phone. Damn, got an alarm going off.
What happened? Let me play this transition clip right quick. It's over 4 hours, so we
Yeah.
probably should be winding down. So, what's your final words on like Babylon? To be in Babylon is to be in misery, and it's kind of like hard to escape. It's kind of like it's trying to escape the matrix, and I think that in a lot of ways we do live in Babylon, and that's what the Taliban and the evangelicals are trying to say.
Well, I mean, I guess it's not much I can say. I mean, I think for the most part, the people know all these things that we're talking about. It's just a matter of us trying to find our positions and where we can make make some differences. I mean, I'm hopeful that I don't have to be looking over my back or wondering who's gonna if somebody's gonna try to take over my house or my family or hurt us and hurt each other in any kind of way. But a lot of it is in order for any of that stuff to be different, we got to be different. We got to at least seek those changes to have that that whole pursuit of happiness idea. We're on that journey forever, but we do need to find some kind of way to make our existence much higher than what it is now, because most of us are living in our root chakras where we're thinking and acting from our nuts instead of more so from our hearts and our minds. So we really need to make some changes, and it's gonna start with, it starts with each one of us.
Because that's what Babylon is. It's the indulgement of your lower self. It's okay, it's all right. Just indulge your lower self, and don't try to make yourself better or reach for the light or uplift yourself. Just waddle in your fantasies, waddle in your pleasures. You know,
Well, and everything is okay. Yeah, you're totally right. Everything is okay, and there's no real standards. Like we could actually, if we were trying to ascend to a higher plane of thinking or even total existence, it could happen. But because we're too caught up in the news, TV, like all this stuff that they promoting to us, programming us with on TV, that we don't spend enough time, you know, in our inner verse, our looking inside of ourselves and finding the where true happiness can exist. Too many outside sources is never going to get you to that place.
and
So
I feel like the worst part of it is the indifference that everyone has. Like, like it's okay, or it's never gonna get any better, or worse, this is the way things have always been, or the way things should be. You
hmm
know, this carelessness, this lack of empathy, this like complete indulgence of unawareness, this ability to ignore what's actually happening or whatever. Like, you know, does that make sense what I'm saying? I feel like that's the worst part. Because if you got freaks, zombies, and monsters, and all kinds of nuclear war, uh, pandemics, uh, world famines, and just all this shit going on. And guess what? I'm good. Long as I'm good, I'm just gonna go to my job and I'm just gonna, try to buy that new iPhone and that new Louis Vuitton and those red bottom shoes.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, man. I mean, some people may not want to hear this, but you know, like when we were more of a republic than a democratic republic, you know, before we had presidents on TV on at any whim to tell us how they felt, like we didn't have all of those different influences, and we survived, and we did, you know, we believed in ourselves and we counted on ourselves, and I believe that we have to be closer to that in order to like where we trust in ourselves enough to self-govern, you know, our thoughts, our, you know, like the government telling us what to do is not going to ascend us. You know, it's not going to take us there. So we really, you know, we do, you know, of course government plays its part, but if we allow them to play the part of, you know, our individualism, you know, you know, the God-given ordained, you know, what he intended for us as a people to do for ourselves. If we're totally just not doing what, you know, doing that job, we're we're just taking ourselves further and further away. That's what we've been doing for the last few centuries, I would say.
And for you to be able to, you know, do what you're saying, you're gonna have to you know, start making a way, start lifting yourself up, not indulging in the lower self, start building some skills, start, you know, trying to grow and build, and you know, that's the only way. If you spend all your time distracted and waddling in these fantasies, then you don't have time to grow. And then that means that you're gonna just submit to the state because it's too hard. It's too hard to stand up and
It's
uh
work. I mean, it's work, and that's the thing. Like people who are too lazy, I mean, they will give up that a whole idea of, you know, becoming the gods that we really are. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, it's
and
it
there'll
takes
always be a
it takes
segment.
effort.
There's always going to be a segment of people who are that way. I just think that we have a large majority of people doing that because of the system that kind of creates these zombie robots. But that's not our natural state, like you were
No,
saying. Without the influence of these stuff, we would just resort back to our natural selves. And most of us are going to be exploring that God side of us, you know, because what I'm saying is like the idea to them is kind of like you're in a forest and you gotta like hack down trees and build a road to get through life. You know what I'm saying?
hmm
Like every step of the way it's a struggle, and every step of the way a brand new problem pops up that you have to deal with. But guess what? You building all kinds of skills. You know, you learning how to avoid dangers. You learning how to deal with you know, adversity. At you know, you learn how to problem solve. You learn how to be. We're creators naturally, so the we have to use that. I was watching a video and this dude was saying if you are a creative person and you're not using that creativity, you literally physically die. Like it kills you to not use it. So one of the
hmm
things, guys, as you are when you're a baby, when you're a child, a lot of stuff we don't know how to do, and so that's like a problem. And then we have to be creative to solve the problem. Like not everybody learns how to walk the same way. Some people start crawling on one knee. Some people waddle around the room, wiggle across the floor. You know,
Some might hold the wall while they, you know,
but they the problem was moving around. The solve, you know, how they solved it was their creativity. You understand what I'm saying? So
yeah.
that's what we're missing is we're not having this adversity to test our creativity. So because that's what we're supposed to be doing every day, trying to figure out how to dig through the forest without getting bit by snakes and so forth and so on.
Well, I mean, think of this, because I'm thinking that socialism is not a bad thing, but I think it's just how it's implicated, how it's actually, because if we wait, we do it the way the government has in mind, then it could hurt everybody. But if we do it the way that if we like
The
us,
people,
we gather in
the
our
people.
communities,
Yes,
we have stronger, we have weaker. The stronger take care of the weaker,
exactly.
and we just
Real
do these
simple,
different yeah, I mean, this is not a foreign thing. This is not something that's
and it's not
new.
complicated.
Yeah, so I mean, we could actually have socialism. I mean, we do. We have all this technology where we communicate about bullshit, but if we actually got together in person,
And oh
socialized,
man, I think you just hit the nail on the head, and that's what I think they're scared of, and that's part of the reason why they're fighting about Facebook right now on the news and like censorship and sharing information. Because if we get our fucking head out of our ass, we can, because they do it in other countries. Use WhatsApp. They don't even have Facebook. They just got WhatsApp, and they use that to organize all kinds of fucking events, and
yeah,
like you could do the food drives or whatever the hell it is, GoFundMe's, whatever the hell it is. Like I say, if we got our head out of our ass, we got Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, all of this shit that we
yeah,
could use to organize. But guess what? We scrolling on TikTok while getting entertained for 15 seconds instead of, because it's so crazy. And I talk about it before, like in our apartments, right? Just in these apartments alone, I feel like, we could do like a community program. Have everybody chunk in $5 a month. Everybody, each apartment unit,
hmm,
each family, $5 a month, and this money is used for like 1 month. Somebody can't eat, they don't have food. One of the families, one of the ones that's paying in the $5, you
yeah,
know, they need food money for food or something.
yeah.
1 month, another month somebody
No,
couldn't pay their light,
and if
they couldn't pay
nobody,
their light bill.
if nobody needs it this month, all right, it builds
It
up and
rolls over.
it
It
goes into
rolls
another
over.
month. And guess what? You can at some point, if everybody's, trying, as long as they're not like seeking to get this free
we could
money,
we could
you
buy
could
these
build.
apartments, buy the whole apartment complex, and guess what? Pay the rent to ourselves and have the money going right back into the pot and circulating just like that, and
It can
using that
grow
money
hours.
to pay for the maintenance and pay for the
No shit. You could. I
everything.
mean, yeah. Because I mean, if everybody, because if y'all get to a point to where y'all have put money together to own the apartment complex, y'all don't have rent, but y'all can still keep putting money together
We
to,
would all decide, because we would
somebody.
decide on how much we want to pay for rent, because we're going to need to pay something to cover for maintenance and whatever the hell it is. And
Yes.
so we would all decide on how much, because that's the problem. That's the middleman, is these corporations. So they decide on how much the rent is, because they decide on how much they want their profit margin to be. For us,
Yeah.
we'll be like, we don't need no whole bunch of profit margin, bro. We good with that.
Yeah.
Everybody good with paying
Somebody that
250 a
lives
month.
there.
You'd be like, hey, two hundred
Somebody
fifty dollars a
that.
month. That sounds good to me.
Yeah, but somebody that lives there is probably knows how to fix sinks and unclog sinks and tubs or whatever. Replace fix ACs and whatever. Like somebody can do it. You know what I'm saying? If somebody can learn to do it. If it's what I'm saying, like if there's nobody that can do it, so it's like a lot of these things we already have inside of us that we just gotta, be able to organize and put it
I
together.
hope everybody watches this video. I hope they don't fucking block this video on YouTube, because this last little minutes that we're talking right now is some valuable ass fucking shit.
Yeah.
You know,
So I mean, we can self implement socialism, but we can't be so like bent on everything. All these outside sources are trying to find ways to separate us, segment us, so that we don't talk to each other, so we don't try to come together and put something together, because it weakens what they're trying to do. So
because that's
we
why the
gotta be a
state The state is only strong when we're weak as a people because the people, the Black Panther said it, the power is to the people. And at the end of the day, it's always us because it's more of us. Our money, we go to our jobs, we spend our money. We are the, what are they, gross domestic product, nigga? The stock market don't make shit. That's imaginary money flipping back and forth. The money, actual money, is the exports or whatever the hell. Real shit. Pineapples, apples, grapes, the what, cell phones, whatever the hell. We probably don't manufacture them here, but we,
Well,
whatever the fuck niggas is making. And when we go work at a job, we're making some shit or whatever the hell, providing a service, whatever the hell, burgers, it don't even matter. That gross domestic product, that's us. That's the
well,
people.
I mean, because the stock market does kind of put, because I mean it's real money in there because it's people at that level. Let's just say the people who are actually making the purchases, exports and imports and all this and that. Like those are people that's taking gambles on these products that's coming in and out.
I
So
understand it.
they're putting real, like I'm in the stock market. That's real money I'm putting in there. You know
I,
what I'm saying?
I
So
I get it, but that's, it's not, it wasn't, that was your like disposable income. That's not produced. You get what I'm saying? What I mean is you, that's your disposable income.
it
That's
has
not
be
you
it has
create,
become
that's not
it has
creating wealth.
become no. I mean, it depends on what you look at as created wealth, because everything that's created wealth is not something that you do with your hands. It's also things you create with your mind. Everything starts with your mind.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So I mean, that is created wealth.
I agree
You
with
know what I'm
that part. So if you say the stock market is mine, that kind of is interesting to me. I never thought of it like that. Hmm, that's interesting. But you know how I feel. I'm on the fences like a motherfucker. I'm on the
I'm
fence
not,
like a
I know
motherfucker
you.
about the stock market.
I know you've been fighting it for a long time. But if you're willing to go to a casino to
I,
put $20,
I don't like it either. I don't scratch lottery tickets. The only time I go to the casino, I go with my mom. She like to play slots,
well,
and I just watch people.
just think of just on the idea of it. You know what I'm saying? Not just your personal house, but like going to a casino. Like it's worse, if not. You know what I'm saying? It's almost the same, but you know, your chances of growth is higher in the stock market than it is at the casino. And of course, the more chances you have at bat, the more chances you have to win. But, you know, that's pretty much anything in life. The more you try to get to a certain goal, the better your chances are at getting it to your goal. So I mean, it's really no different. Like it's no different. Of course, you want to look at the things that's the available information to say, oh, the potential of growth in a certain company that you might invest in, and looking at the trends, how what seasons they do better, and this, that, and the other. I mean, it's a lot of different things that to take into account, but it's really no difference. It's still a creation of what. And matter of fact, the most wealthiest people are in the stock market. If to actually build wealth, that's where everybody does it.
And I swear I feel like it's the machine. I feel like that's the reason why I haven't done it. Is
Well,
because I feel like the moment I do it, that means I have become one of the cogs in the machine because feeding the stock market, putting money in the stock market is feeding the machine. And them BlackRock investment firms are the ones that's going across and buying up all the damn commercial and residential real estate and renting it out to us and making it difficult for people to buy homes.
but look, just think about this
And
though.
they're using your
If but
money that you put into the stock market to buy these houses and
well,
and keep people from
no,
being able to buy homes.
no. I mean, it's the money in the market. Period. It's not just within the stock market. Whether you're trading You know, whether you're trading or not, that money is coming from the, you know, everything that we do day to day that produces, you know, like where the money, I guess you could say, is rooted from, where it's drawn up from, because it's those each individual businesses that money is coming up from.
It's all
So
coming from investors. It could be
no,
from
no,
individual investors or
it's not just,
companies.
but no, it's not just investors. I mean, you spend money on rent, you spend money on food, you spend money on clothes, you spend all that money is tied into
That's
that.
them. I understand it. I do. I understand it. That's like different. That's the part where they're just measuring the, and then they bet on the futures. This is separate money though. They're just,
But
these are the
this
projections, and
this is the part.
this is raw data. This,
I,
they use that data to project what's gonna happen. Like, remember the movie with Eddie Murphy? It was one of his big movies early on.
Trading places.
Yes, yes, yes. And them two guys bet $1, and then they all that. And the oranges. It was oranges, and they had the investment. They had insider trade. It was like insider trading because they knew information. They paid right for information to find out what the orange harvest was going to be before the oranges, before the harvest came. So then that's how they can use the money that they have from wherever, maybe their own personal money, and in this case that's what it was in this movie, to uh you know bet that the oranges prices are going to do
Gonna
a
drop.
certain way,
Yeah.
right? And so then they position themselves to benefit from that information of
Hmm.
how the oranges are going to do for
But
this season. And
this
then
is
what happened in the movie? They got wiped out, right? Because they stole the
that.
information, gave them fake information,
Yes.
and they didn't know.
Eh, I look. I'm highly inspired by that movie. I love that movie. But at the same time, like this is the part that I think most people don't get, because if you're involved, the more you're involved, the more you can change things, manipulate things. You can, if you're not involved, you're not changing anything. So these people that's buying up all the real estate and stuff, they're in a position where they can, because they've been involved in this whole
That's
market.
capitalism.
Yeah, so in order for you to change anything, you gotta get involved. You gotta be a part of the system to
You
some
have to be
part.
a
The the
capitalist
the
and
whole.
feed into
Yeah,
the system.
yeah, but that's the thing. You have no control talking shit about them. They making moves.
I get it. I totally get what you're saying. I totally get it. Me sitting here on my computer talking shit. Meanwhile, they over there, like I just said, buying all the damn houses across the whole damn
Which one you
United
buy?
States.
Go pick out which one you gonna buy.
I'm not in position to make those moves.
That's what I'm saying. You got to. I mean, become corrupt so that you can be good. If that's how you see it,
Right. And that's what I'm scared of. I'm scared of getting lost in that, bro.
it's
And
not
like,
corrupt. I don't believe. I don't. I'm just using that as a term
right,
for you to see it.
right,
It's not corrupt.
right.
But just to get to you where you can see it and understand it, if you feel like it's really a bad thing, you need to get in. You know what I'm saying? Those balance those polarities.
Yep. Yep.
I'm
Using my
using your
own
own,
words.
I'm using your own shit against you. Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Like, to me, it's like, okay, you can't believe one way is, on one hand, on one subject, and then it's totally different on the other. No, it's
Because
all,
the universe, it's
it's,
all in the same pot. Yeah. I completely agree with you. That kind of helps me with my perspective. So that's good. That's why I say I like doing this, because it's good to, because you know what I think? I think, they tell us not to talk to ourselves, right? And you're crazy because you're talking to yourself. But I think that's one of those things, kind of like slavery. In slavery, they told you not to read. You can't read. Don't read. So like, if new age slaves is don't talk to yourself. Basically they saying don't think.
Don't talk to each other. No, don't talk to other people now.
Yeah, yeah. Don't even talk to other people. So
Yeah,
I think that for a lot of people be thinking that they have thought a thought out, like, thoroughly,
yeah.
but they haven't, because you kind of got to talk it out, to work through a thought that you have had.
Your community is a part of your polarity. Like that's the thing that they don't want us to tap into. Like that's one of those things that if you keep talking to yourself inside your head based on your beliefs, you talk to
The
everybody
echo
that
chamber.
believe that, yeah, if you talk to everybody that believes the same thing you believe, there's really no chance at growth. So that's why, what I'm saying, you need to have these conversations with people who see things or have a different perspective,
Right,
talking to, homeless people, talking to, people that might be
right.
poor, talking to the rich, talking to the middle class, because everybody's seeing the world in a different light. So when you're able to gain those different balance, that's where you're going to be able to get the balance to be able to grow so that you can see all these different aspects.
Yeah.
So, what I'm saying, if you only talk to black people, you say, oh well, no, I can't talk to white people because, this, that, and the other. Or Indians, no, that's foolish to talk to them because they from here and they do this and they do that. Well, no,
You're missing something. You're
you
missing
yeah,
something.
they're still a part of this world. They're in this universe. They're being affected in different ways that we can't see. You know what I'm saying? So, in order for us all to be able to grow, like, we need to have those perspectives.
And if you haven't, like, talked it out, and that's why I think I feel comfortable talking about a lot of the ideas that I talk about on here on the show, is because I've polished a lot of these ideas already. And so the internet, I mean, not the internet, the stock market is one that I have been in my head about. I mean, I have studied it, but I have also been in my head. So, and then, like you say, the echo chamber, the algorithm, and then that is what insanity is, right? And then people that are crazy, they talk to themselves, and
They do the
they
same things, expecting different results.
and they keep on justifying things in their head or whatever, justifying things away, because, like, how, like, let's say you, like you say, you're doing the same thing, expect different results, and then each time you explain it away. Oh, this time it was because of this. Oh, this time it was because of that, and this time it was because of that. And then
Hmm.
there's no other person there, or if there is another person there, you're not listening to them. You just listen to yourself saying the excuses that you have to explain why
Hmm.
it didn't work again this time.
Yeah.
So I just got to keep trying again. Next time it'll be different. Next time it'll be different. Next time it'll be different. Next time it'll be different.
I'm gonna do the same shit I did.
But next time it'll be different. Next time it'll be different. It
Ex-
it was
exactly,
just
bro.
because of that. It was just because of this.
And you know how many people are living in that dynamic? I mean, honestly, that mindset really is what keeps us from growing.
Arrested Development. Arrested Development. I love that shit. It makes me. That's the perfect it. That's it. Arrested Development. No
Yeah.
growth. Your growth have been stunted. You stopped growing. You're
Ma-
in arrested development.
Matter of fact, while I'm thinking about it, because I meant to do it before, but I'm usually on my phone doing the
So you
podcast.
can't. So now
Yeah.
you can. You're more
I,
free now. Like earlier,
I,
you got to pull up the two articles and shit.
hell,
Dang.
hell yeah, I love it. I love it. Um, yeah, I want to, because I hadn't heard it in so long. I think this is a good time for me to hear it again to give me some, because I was a teenager when that shit came out.
And they were talking some shit that I couldn't understand. Remember what was them niggas? The red, the black, and the green with
oh
the key. Sissy.
yeah, that was
What's the name of them niggas?
shit.
That's another group that was saying a bunch of shit that I couldn't hear at that time. But I went back and listened to them and I could hear them. I'm more older. I know a lot more shit. You have to have read some books to know what the hell they was
to,
talking
to,
about in that
to
shit.
understand, yeah, because see, and that's the thing. Like I know I'm in a different mind state because I mean I've always ever since in my teens I've been on that. I started off with the whole black you know journey. Understanding yourself as a black person, this, that, and the other. But then you steadily growing. You realize, I mean, yeah, we're different, but at the same time we're the same. But um I'm still trying to think of the name of that group because
Yeah, I can't think of the name of the group, but we know what we're talking
I
about. It's
I'll
the,
think I'll come up with it because I
but
knew them very well, but it's just
but I spoke about them because it's like Arrested Development, like the stuff they were saying. Both of these bands, I didn't really. Maybe I thought I understood back then because I thought I was all conscious and shit. But
exactly.
no, I didn't understand that shit. They was talking some heavy fucking shit, and some heavy shit that you would have to have read some books to understand. And I hadn't read those books yet, so I've read some of those books now, and it's still stuff in there that I don't understand. So like all I'm saying is I understand it better now.
Well, and that's the thing. Like even with the Bible, you know what I'm saying. There's a lot of things that you're not gonna get the first time reading it. Even the first maybe even 10 times. Like there's verses that you can read, you know, 50 times and get something new out of it. So, and that's going to be that's pretty much anything that you read. It's not anything specific to the Bible. Is That's anything you read, and you have to kind of, and well, honestly, it's more studying than you have
Right.
to look at it more the studying
Slow,
over
slow,
just reading. Yeah,
slow reading. My one of my professors call it slow reading or some shit like that. It's like when you take your time and like maybe you read the one sentence a couple of times, like
And you
before
have to
you.
kind of dissect it. You have to ask yourself questions while you're going through it, or like you have a certain things like, okay, because of the way it's written, to understand really what they truly implying, what they really meant when they decided to write this. What was the idea that like you try to build. Once you build around that idea, is things become a lot clearer on understanding exactly what it is that that
Because studying is the word, because you can go so deep that it's like a rabbit hole, because you can start thinking about the etymology, or you can start thinking about where did the word come from in that sentence from another language, and what was its root language and the meaning of that word, and
hmm
so and how was it used then, and
in its
so
origin. Yeah, in its origin, that's the origin of the word. Is a lot of times can tell you, because I mean, without understanding the whole connotative and denotative linguistics, you can get mixed up in that stuff real quick. So there's different things about just grammar itself that you need to be able to understand to get through most of these books. You know, especially if it's a high level of learning. You know what I'm saying? But damn, this thing is.
hey, I'll whip out. Are you going tomorrow? You gonna be on the show tomorrow?
I should be able to get on. I might not be able to stay on that long because I took off today. I had to get me my tire. Get me a tire, and I said they didn't have alignment equipment here, but I'm driving tomorrow, probably even Sunday. If I wasn't, if I say I wasn't driving on Sunday, I would definitely say, I'll be in for the long haul. But yeah,
Well,
I'll be able to get on for a little while. The earlier the better, of course, but I know your schedule.
yeah, I'm gonna try to get on as early as I can. Uh, as early as I can. Maybe midnight. Maybe midnight.
Well, and you got to. Well, let's see. I might be on Central Time by then, so it might not be as big of a deal for me. So
All
yeah,
right. Well,
yeah.
what I was gonna say was I'm thinking about pulling out some books and maybe reading some passages and talking about some historical type stuff. So if you want to, because some of those books you showed me, especially like before Columbus, a couple of other ones you showed me. Have you read Before Columbus?
I haven't been through the whole book. I've kind of been, I went through
You
some
flipped
of
through it
it.
though.
Yeah,
So, but if you've seen some stuff that's in it or any of the other ones that maybe you want to share, for the people, I think
hmm
that would be cool. We could give
that's
them like a little history class and then we could kind of talk about it.
okay. I got some. I think I got some stuff that I've already highlighted in some of them. So I'll pick some of that and do that tomorrow. But yeah, because I would say if there's anything specific, a certain
It
subject that
don't
we're trying
matter.
to stick. Okay,
Nah, nah,
yeah,
because I'm gonna be random too, because I don't know what I want to talk about, but I don't even know what books I want to look at. So yeah, I have no idea. So whatever, all over the place. But all my stuff is history, like, and it's gonna be cultural, racial, the same shit we talk about on the show. Because that's what I read all the time. you know, yeah.
yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, it's history. I say history and geography, two of the things they barely teach you in school. If they do teach you it, they teach you a slanted ass, fucked up ass, not useful ass version of it. And I
Excuse
think
me.
that those two are like the most important shit they should be teaching everybody. The most useful
X
shit.
Clan.
X Clan, that's them.
Yeah, I just looked it up. I like having my phone while I'm doing
That's
this. It's just
cool, man. Yeah. So like, yeah, that's perfect. So
you
when
did,
somebody
did
say
you grow up? Did you hear the guy named Paris? You remember Paris?
that sounds familiar, I probably have to. You probably have to say the song.
He had a song called "The Devil Made Me Do It." I think that's the video. I think that's one of the videos he had that was on. Used to play on MTV Raps or I don't know
Was
one of
it? Was
those.
it? Did he kind of have like a reggaeton kind of sound?
Nah, he was straight American. Uh-oh.
What's up? You back, Deuce? You there?
Yeah, I'm coming back for a few minutes. Yeah, the wife had calling. Shit.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
appreciate. I appreciate you joining, bro, and I appreciate your time. I always got to make sure I tell everybody that. Uh,
Like,
but it's like 6 a.m. So I was kind of wrapping it.
Is it?
It's 6 a.m. for me. I don't know where y'all at.
Oh, it's 7.
I'm in Texas right now, so I'm.
Man, let me get me a couple of winks before
I
I go.
know. Can you send that shit through the computer screen?
What?
Some chicken wings, nigga.
Who got chicken wings?
I think he said Popeyes or something. No, hey, so Deuce, tell me to wrap it up, your final thoughts on, Babylon, the state of
Misery.
yeah. And United the comparison of the Babylon with the United States and present day. And everybody just kind of in their lower self just kind of living in their fantasies and just living through pleasure
Yeah.
and then having indifference to everyone else and all the suffering and chaos in the world.
Yeah. Man, I just, uh, you know, the crazy thing is, man, like, uh, I don't really know if this wrapping it up or explaining or me just giving my thoughts or whatever, but I mean, with what I do, the job that I do, um, I've developed a sense of, I guess you can say, like I talk to you guys on here and stuff, but I have truly this job, this career rather, has made me definitely an introvert. I noticed that I'm reclusive. I noticed that when I'm outside of this truck, I can't handle people outside of my wife and my kids, like in all honesty. And I've just noticed that, like my wife tells me all the time, like you look at people and when they're talking to you, like they got shit on them, shit on their face, and it's just, and it's like, bro, it's
They,
because
hey,
like we
dudes,
sit in this truck, huh?
they tell me the exact same thing, but go ahead. Everybody
It's
tells
like
me that same thing. Go ahead.
we're in this truck, you know, we hear a lot, you know, satellite radio, you know, like I've stopped listening to the news because you don't even have to listen to the news being a truck driver. You gonna hear the shit in the truck stop or on the CB radio or whatever, but it's just, man, when you see the stuff that people do and you like, this is what the fuck, like this is how you do. I mean, free will is your choice, but people are just like, you know, it's that instant gratification, man. You know, they, you know, and then they want that instant gratification, and then they do stupid shit and want you to feel sorry for them. They make excuses and want you to feel sorry for them. I'm like, man, look, I'm sorry, bro, but I know we grew up fucked up. You know what I'm saying? We ain't had shit. You know, like I've been through the mud, and it's like, say, man, you know, like this instant gratification society that we live in, and people want that right now, me first type of mentality. Like it wasn't even like that, you know, growing up. But it was like shit. It wasn't no me first. If I got something to eat, nigga, everybody had to eat off of that shit. That's just how it was, you know. And it's just like, yeah, seeing people nowadays, man. You know, it's sad, bro. It's sad. You know, it's like the world is going down real quick, you know. And then I think about my kids. It's like, you know, damn, dude, I want to be here forever to protect them. You know,
Yeah.
like
Hey,
it's
especially
just,
with this crazy world. Hey, is your mic away from your mouth or something? You lower than you was before.
it could be this headset be kind of messing up. I got those little smaller headsets to kind of disguise because you know we can't really talk while driving, even though I'm not driving no more. But can you hear me a little better now?
Yeah, it's a little better.
Okay.
Go ahead. What you
Let me
were
see.
saying? You want to stay here and protect your kids because this crazy ass world gonna gobble them up and turn them into zombie robots.
Yeah, man. You know, and it's like it's just, you know, I don't know, man. And I say to myself, like I really, maybe I really need to come out of that introvert or you know the mind state that I'm in and kind of, you know, what do they say, reach one, teach one, or however the saying goes, you know, and make it just because there are some like-minded people like us. It just kind of seems like they're too far and in between because of, you know, of what we see. I guess you can say, but I don't know. It's crazy, man. And then they, you know, with like you say, with the shit that's going on with our government. But I'll be honest with you, dude. I don't even watch TV. Like
Me
this has
neither.
been the first time that I have watched TV, honestly, in a long time. Somebody that I work with kept telling me, like, "Hey, bro, check out Squid Games." Like, I got
Yeah.
Netflix, I got Xfinity, and all that shit, and I don't even like when I go home, I'm YouTube. Like, and to be honest with you, dude, I'm gone at work so much, so when I come home, my wife and my kids want all of my attention, so I rarely even look at the TV screen. That's just be real talk. If I get
I'm
a
glad
minute
you
to do
mentioned.
something, I'm watching YouTube.
I'm glad you mentioned that show, bro, because I might talk about that in a future show. Now I haven't seen any of it, but I'm just amazed at how viral it is and how everybody's talking about it and how everybody wants you to go watch it and go to next. It's like, again, this goes along with the shit, kind of like with the pandemic and the shot and the masks and everything. Because, like I say, it just like all of a sudden, boom, everybody's all like talking about this show. Like, I don't think this is organic. If you get if that makes any sense, this has to be
Yeah,
generated, has to be created, it has to be part of the fucking program. I don't watch TV either. I mean, and they got me curious about watching the damn show, but I'm gonna resist it. Anything, I'll
What
just catch some clips. But
what I'm gonna tell you, man. To a certain extent, maybe we should reject. We need to reject some of these things. But if everybody's seeing it and watching it and whatever, might be a good idea at least to understand what it is that what everybody else is into. You don't want to be a part of the world, but you in the world, so
I
you got.
disagree. I
exactly.
disagree. I think that's Babylon, bro. It's Babylon, bro. It's Babylon. That's how they accept you accept
So how do
that.
you understand? How do you understand what everybody's what's attracting everybody else? Like
I
what's
don't
got everybody's
I
mind?
I don't want to understand it, because if I understand it, then now I'm in Babylon. Now I'm in the Matrix. Now I'm
Well,
controlled like them, the zombie robot, because of the programming. Because it's some programming in that damn show.
I'm sure, but I mean, if you going into it with a certain mindset, see, that's just like being in the world and being of the world. So I mean, you don't have to be of it. You can't help but be in it.
I
But
agree and understand what you're saying to a certain extent, but remember what we was talking about. I don't know if you was in the video, but I was talking about the ads. And yeah, you was in the video, and how what if you don't know it's an ad? You're watching an ad that you don't know is an ad, and it's selling you stuff left and right, and you don't even know that you're watching the ad and it's selling you stuff.
and you get in the
Hey,
store, you be
but
like, oh damn, yeah, I'm gonna just grab it. I mean, I don't know. I
hey,
maybe I'm a
but
little bit different.
but what I was saying, going back to man, I'm sorry, bro. What's your name again?
Well, everybody call me Pat. My name is Ogun,
Okay,
but
okay. I
yeah,
call
but
you. I call you Pat.
yeah, everybody else call me Pat. That's what my name changed from.
Okay, all right, very well. Man, I feel like, to be honest with you, like I want to have an understanding of the shit for the simple fact that I got kids. You know what I'm saying?
How
And
do you
with the
protect them?
career and the
I'm
yeah and
that.
the yeah and it's like the career that I have takes me away 6 days a week. I get 2 days off. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? So it's like for me to watch and understand. And I'll be honest with you, like I was watching it
Yeah.
at home, and my daughter was literally like, "Oh my God, Daddy, why are you watching this? Like all of these stupid kids at my school, they watch this." So it was good to hear her say that because she was so fucking uninterested, nigga. She walked out the living room and went in her room. She was like, "This is so stupid." Almost to the point like she was looking at me like, "This is fucking stupid. This is fucking bananas." And you fucking. I really wish she would have came out her mouth and said that, and I would not have let my wife whoop her ass. Cause it was like I wanted to fucking see like my daughter thinks it's stupid as fuck.
Well, she
My
said it.
son,
She
he was
she she said it with the restraint that she knew she could say it in. But
yeah.
however, I think it's, like I said, I'm not saying that we get in locked into it the same way everybody else is. Like, oh, I can't wait till next week. A lot of times I catch on the stuff after the fact, but at the same time, I kind of still want to see, what it is that is attracting people, because for one,
Yeah.
say you don't know what kind of mind state is putting them in, and just
Mm-hmm.
to like to just get a surface understanding. Like I'm not, like I said,
Yeah.
I'm not saying for you to be like tuned in. Oh damn, I can, it's 8 o'clock. You throwing everything to the side to get to it. No,
Yeah.
I'm saying for a certain perspective, because I mean, especially if we're people who are trying to you know understand our crowd, what
Yeah.
they're dealing with, we need to somewhat understand what is actually catching their attention.
Mm. Yeah.
What it's just a lot of different aspects of it. So like I'm really not like, I honestly, I'm on YouTube. I have to catch myself sometimes because I watch so many documentaries of history stuff and this, that, and the other, to where I mean, history will kind of tell you what you're dealing with now, but at the same time you're in the now you know that's
Mm-hmm.
present
hap- that's
present history, and that's what
yeah,
we be trying to talk about in school too, because history don't stop.
yeah.
Yesterday is
Yeah.
history.
Yeah, so I mean,
Yeah.
if you're missing out in the now, you know, are you truly living? You still need to understand. Like you said, you don't have to be one of the zombie robots that's totally locked into where like like how we might be judging other people, but still just trying to understand what's actually happening right now could make a difference in how you move day to day.
I
Mm-hmm.
You
get
know,
it.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I probably, if I do it a show, I think I'm gonna do a show about it. But the most I'll watch is a fucking couple of clips for research purposes.
well, yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm not saying you spend your whole life on it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, maybe even talking to people who all,
That might be the
watch it as,
best. Just ask them to tell me about it, because I don't think I really don't want to watch it.
Well,
yeah,
I
I
tell
get
you
it.
one thing. I tell you one thing. I watched it, right? I watched the whole season one.
Oh
Okay.
shit!
Well, hold on. Y'all,
It's
y'all,
like
y'all,
9 or
y'all
10.
can continue. I gotta go because, like I said, I gotta drive in a couple of hours.
All right,
I need to get me a few hours
me too. I need to
of
go too. So, but go ahead though. Go ahead,
yeah,
Deuce. All right,
yeah.
peace, Pat.
Yeah.
Thank you for.
Deuce, Mr. Darrell, like it was great having you on the night show. Hopefully we'll do this again soon. But I hate to be leaving the way I am, but I got to get out of here. We in for hour 5. So
5 hours. Yeah.
yeah, I
Thank
got
you,
to get
Pat. All
for
right,
sure.
bro.
I'm a
Thank you.
holler.
All
Peace.
right. Dude, so you say you saw the show? Tell me about it.
Yeah, I watched the show, man. It gives you just a different perspective, bro. They over in Korea, in South Korea, I think it's South Korea or North Korea. But, it just gives you a different perspective of, life over there, like how poor people can be over there. It's like they have over there, it's like it's either you're rich or you're just like, getting by. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense. Like here we kind of have the rich, the middle class, and then like the poor, you know what I'm saying? Then you got like just impoverished people, you know what I mean? But like over there, like it just kind of gives you that scenario. And basically Squid Games is like these guys, they come up and they offer you to play a game, and and they and you play this game like usually at the train station, and then he tells you if you want to, and they going to the people that are in debt in life. These people are in debt up to their fucking ears
Yeah.
in debt. They're working day to day just to get by, barely getting by. Their wage is probably enough to get a little food to cook for the night or whatever. And and they hand you a card and they're like, if you're interested, you tell them, and you call them and you state your name and your date of birth. Like they got all your info, right? And they pull you up, and it's crazy. Like they tell you to meet at a certain location, and this van pulls up, the door opens, this person is dressed in like this red ninja style like suit with this black mask that either has a circle, a square, or a triangle on it. And you sit in the van, and you get in the van, they don't say shit, the door closes, and then all of a sudden they spray this gas to knock you out. and then like that's pretty much kind of like the gist of it. And
Mm.
then they wind up at this thing, and if the majority vote rules that they don't want to play the game, they stop the game, and everybody gets to go back home free or whatever. If you choose to stay and play, you pretty much have to play. If you don't want to play, they can terminate you, which basically kill you. So
That's
it's
crazy,
just
man.
and it's like if you if you the crazy part about it is
I can
like
see
on the
that
first
happening for
game they
real.
play. Yeah, it's like the first game that they play is red light, green light. And it's like when the big ass doll turns around and have her back have the back of her head facing you, you can run and try to get as far as you can. Then it's like if she turn around red light, and if you don't move, I mean if you move, or if you like say for instance you're standing there while she's looking and it's like cameras and the eyes are going crazy, if you just like move a smidget, it picks that shit up, and next thing you know, this hatch opens and a fucking assault rifle or a sniper rifle pokes out and it fucking shoots you, boom, right in the fucking head or wherever. Like the shit's crazy, bro. Like you definitely like the first if when you're watching the first episode, like you'll kind of almost want to turn it off, and then it starts to get interesting towards the end, and then you go in the second episode, you start seeing like the action picks up. But I literally like I watched the whole first season, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's like 9 or 10 episodes, and one person wins. So each time somebody is eliminated or dies, like this money, this hatch opens up in the big dormitory area where they're sleeping at, and it dumps more money into the pig. So like whoever wins walks away with like I think it's like 460 some billion. I forget what money is called over there. I think it's called won or whatever.
Yeah.
WON.
Basically a lot
Yeah.
of
So
money.
yeah, a lot of money over that would be a lot of money over there.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to wrap it, bro. I'm fucking tired as fuck.
Oh shit, go
Uh
ahead, man. I'm already laying down. Nigga, look, I'm in the sleeper, bro. I'm laying down. I'm in my sleeping bag and
yes, yeah.
everything else, nigga.
Comfortable and shit. I still gotta turn
Yeah.
off these lights and put up this green screen and all this shit and try to take me a nap, and I work tomorrow. Hey, you be able to catch the
Damn.
show tomorrow?
I probably will. What time you going on?
I'm gonna try to go on around midnight.
Okay, yeah, 'cause my shift is I drove a little longer because I got held up at our plant, but yeah, my shift is from 3 in the afternoon to 3 in the morning. So yeah, I'll be on.
Okay, bet, man. Shit.
Yeah,
All
just
right,
let me
man. I
know when y'all
appreciate you.
going on. What happened to old boy? He left. What's his name? Curtis.
Yeah. Yeah, he
Oh, okay.
yeah, he had to go.
I got you. Yeah. Well,
All right,
all right,
man.
bro. Well, shit, man. Y'all have a good one, man.
Yeah, thank you for joining, and everybody, thank you for listening. Like and
Oh yeah.
subscribe, share, join, follow me on Twitch and Instagram, whatever, yada yada yada. Peace and love, y'all.
All right.